lizard. Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. We have no plans for collabs today, just doing a little work. Right as I decided to unmute my mic, or right when I was gonna, someone's car alarm is going off. I'm about to fight somebody. Thank you for a head pat. I haven't even switched over to my scene yet. I think I fucked up. I cleaned Moira's litter box today. I feel like I got some litter dust in my eyes. My eyes are all funky. But I think we're good. How's it going, everybody? Hope you're all having a lovely, lovely day. Thinking of something, and that something is not happening in my brain. Yippee! It is kind of the first day in a little bit where we might not have that much to do for work. But let me make sure. Yeah. Nothing super impending right now. So I already did these guys. So, boop boop. We just got some video editing, and then I want to do some art, probably, and maybe some games. I've decided today I will be zombie mode. Zombie mode. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, I need to take my meds first. Meds first, chat. Meds first. Today is Wednesday. It's very sunny, but very cold, and it makes me sleepy. I think every weather pattern just makes me tired. I was like, but what about rainy, the opposite of like a nice sunny day? And I'm like, that would still make me tired. What's switchboards? What does this do? Oh, it's just to literally switchboards. Oh, okay. Dismiss. Interesting. What's this? Interesting. I feel like there's something I wanted to do when I started to stream, but I forgot already. Hi, Vex. How you doing? How you doing, Vexed? I'm sorry you've had a roller coaster of a day already, but I hope that, you know, things turn out okay. Maybe you'll win $100. Would that turn your day around if you won $100? I don't have $100, but if I did, you'd be the winner. You'd be the winner of $100. Thank you for the boop. Did you know that would turn my month around? I'm doing bad financially. Damn. Is that because the kitchen wasn't open? Because the kitchen wasn't open and you had to spend a lot of money on food? I just had a bad time. Yeah, understandable. Well, hopefully, you know, you can get some groceries, stock up a little bit, save up that money. I don't know, can students apply for SNAP benefits? Because if you can, the government could pay for food, groceries, and you could do that. I don't know how it works for students, but if you can do that, that won't be bad. I don't think I qualify. I'm legally. That's such a hard thing because technically you're trying. You know, you're doing stuff on your own, but but I'm sorry that you're not doing so hot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But know that we love you, and if there's anything that you need outside of money, I can supply. I think it spelled Saunders wrong. Me bad. You really got me bad. Yeah, it's Saunders. Why is once in a lifetime really like that? Once a lifetime. Why I feel so quiet? And yet the music sounds so loud, I think. Let's do 3. I'm gonna ask my parents for money when I see them this weekend. I'll live without it because I have savings, but I'm definitely hurting because everything in involving anything trans costs money. That makes sense. I mean, could you get like a trans card? Like, could they help you like get like a trans card so that way you wouldn't have to like pay it every single time? You know, I think you would be able to save money that way, or you could have a monthly allotment on the card, which could help. But weekend's coming sooner than later, so hopefully you can, get all settled, back and settled this weekend. Series under the influence. I'm just gonna ask for money on my student account. I can only use it for food and school supplies, but that's money. That's most of my expenses. Oh, that's good. Okay, yeah, that's good then. Yeah, if that would help, then yeah, fuck yeah. GTA 5 should be one word. My brain is so tired. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I had too much of a productive morning. Uh-oh. Boop. But. Has done. But I still need to talk to Sodexo, a corporate, about the pattern of neglect in their dining hall. Oh, definitely. I think that's the same people that supplied stuff for my school when I was in college. So if they're being poop dingus, definitely. I'd say definitely get it reported, because that's not safe. As a majority of their businesses. Yeah, hopefully it was just like a bad batch or something then. And like they'll fix it. But definitely report them as soon as you can. I don't know if you got more class today or not, but if I was you, I would. I would be saying some strong words to somebody that I don't know. As food services, I know that I know that to have mold in a customer-facing area means the back of house might as well have shit smeared on the walls. Ew! Yeah, fuck, brother. Ew. Ew. The only time, and I will say, that I've ever had like something gross in my drink was the few times I've gotten like the big plastic jugs of Arizona green tea, and there's like that stuff in it. I don't even know what it is, but it's happened to me twice, and it makes me really sad. The back of house is always worse than the front of house. That's why checking the bathroom is so important. That makes sense. That makes sense. Also, fucking, brain. Opera Brave updated, and now all the icons are in the center. And I'm not mad about it, but they're so small. They're so small. I've had it happen a lot. I've had a lot of bugs fly in my drinks, but that's no one's fault. It just happens. Oh yeah. But like when you find something in your drink, like it just sucks. Especially if it's a drink you're looking forward to. Like I love Arizona green tea and I will still buy them. But like the times that I like go to drink it and I find that weird shit in it, I don't know what it is. Let me look it up. I'm sure it's happened to other people before. Oops. Ooh, I want to play the Binding of Isaac. Finding. Nope. Arizona green tea stuff in it. I took a big swig, then noticed the ball and almost vomited. I would have vomited. Bruh. I would. Does it affect the flavor? No. No, it's just this weird shit in it. Yeah, it's this shit. Scoby. I don't know that there's just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what... It's like this shit. Hi, Taylor. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it makes me bleh. Just Scoby, that's perfectly safe. Okay. Because the texture's really gross. I never really looked into it. But rip vexed, yes, rip vexed. But that feeling of like getting a texture that you don't know what it is utterly disappointing. So I get it from that perspective. Delete track. Hey, kombucha and vinegar. That's valid. It's just, it's very alarming, you know? When like you go to drink it and then like it's just not what you expected. Fair. My brain is sleepy. But yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. Your shit's a lot worse than my shit, obviously, but I hope that they could compensate you somehow for it. So keep us posted. Keep us posted. I think that's how that phrase works. I need this one. No. This one. I still have my stats class, but I'm just here for attendance. Understandable. Are you gonna leave after attendance? Is it because it's still loading? I like this section. Waha! No, I'm sitting through class probably, but I just might leave early. Understandable. Understandable. My headset's falling off my head because my hair's too soft. I'm gonna fix my hair. Oh man. EP. Guys, let's all just take a nap and reset the day, huh? We can still be Wednesday, we just reset our day. I like that idea. Let's take a nice long nap, and then I have to read Crooked Moon stuff. Oh god, I keep forgetting. You know what's going on in the back of house? It's obvious the dishy is treating the dishwater like home dishwasher. Yeah, bro. Gotta kick that person in the ass. Get him fired. You cannot do that. You'll get someone sick. You are the dishwasher, not the machine. Yeah. Yeah, because not all dishwashers are up to par, and sometimes you gotta take care of the shit. Like with my dishwasher here at home, I have to like at least rinse out the dishes, cause you know, and make sure that like the you know, you crack it open when it needs to dry so it doesn't get moldy. You gotta be careful with that kind. That's why I call it a dish machine. That makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, I know a lot of people that like use a dishwasher for like an extra rinse. Industrial dishwasher are just sanitized. Yeah, because they just blast them with like soap and hot water, right? You don't wash anything you do. Yeah, you gotta get that food residue off of it. Gotta get that food residue off of it. Bonk. Alright, I fixed my hair. I feel nice and cute. Now I'll put my headset back on. There we go. Get you little freak. Aww. Moira was trying to steal Pixels' pants. Very cute. She can try. She can try. I was a dishwasher, and if you ever have eaten at my old place, odds are your plate was power washed via hose, then sanitized. Although I'm incredibly strict when it comes to food standards, like my backup job is a health inspector, that's valid. You'd be a great health inspector, in my opinion. But you'd be great at anything, Vexed, because you are very passionate. Zoom. Zoom. And there you go. And then boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Like that. I want to do like a very colorful background because I think that'd be fun. R-E-F-R-E. Trippy? If I look up Trippy, if it'll do something. Yeah, there we go. Ugh. Ooh, I like this one. Yeah, this one's fine. Do I want that one or this one? Oh, what the fuck? Bless you. Oh, what about this one? Whoa, this one's cool. I like the colors of this one. Oh, I'm so eepy, guys. I think it's just how cold it is. What degree is it? I'll have to text my parents. I forgot. I like this song a lot, Vexed. Thank you for sharing it with me. Oh, you know what? I haven't drank any of my energy drink yet. There you go. I like that song a lot too. Does it have lyrics? I think I made my drink too sweet. Ugh. I haven't mixed advanced G flavors in a little bit, so it's a bit sweet. 2, 3. Okay. I don't know if these were the ones. Yeah, these were the ones that he did on drugs, I think. I'm pretty sure. I'll give it the song quest. I like this section. This section. This section. I like this section. I am present. It's okay. There's been a bit of a pattern, or it's been a trend recently of people just not spelling things right, so it's okay. This is the one that I want him to do there. Oh, he's like on drugs though. I think these are some of them. I have confused myself. Brain no worky. It's okay. Brain silly. Brain uber bonkus wonkus donkus. Okay, let's try this. Yep, I'm screenshotting that. Screenshot what? What? Do what now? I feel like it's not showing off the series that he did. alive. Last night, innocent. Bex, you didn't even screenshot the rest of the context. That's funny. I like that. That's funny. All right. All right. All right. Fix my headset. No concept needed. They some perturbany. Yep, that's valid. Devil, then I will sell you my soul. Moment I'll show you that I'm yours. Demon, I feel it in my soul. This one can go here. I want to take this clip and make it faster. Thank you. Hi, B. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Annoyed? Why? What's going on? Let's see. 1, 2. I want to take it from this angle. Shoot. Something you're not right about you're not the right person to rant to? Damn! Okay. Well, you always have my DMs if you ever want to. How's your day? It's going pretty good. I was pretty productive this morning, but now it's cold and I'm tired. Ooh, and the player pretty. God, goodness. Okay. Let me see. I don't think I need any more footage from here. I think the rest of it's kind of other footage. Actually, I kind of want this to be a second of him painting. He has like a bits of him in this series where he's like painting and stuff. So much longer than I ever realized. Okay. Boop. Wait, here's a section about the... There's the section about the mind-altering drug section. But he has a section in here where he's, like, painting. I could have sworn. It's at the very beginning. Not that part. Oh, I found it. I found a piece. Fun to you. Go all the way back. Man. Actually, can't I just do this? Oop. Dang. How do we get here standing? Okay, and then I cut out another piece of this. I think it might have been this. No, it was not. Oh, okay, right, because I copied it. Okay. Is it... What part was it? Somewhere near the end, wasn't it? Where did it go? Oh, it's this one. This one just needs to be scooted a bit over. Think. I thought so, at least. Alright, well, let's re-scrub through the whole thing. Scoot it over a good bit, though. If I zoom out, it'd probably help a lot, to be honest, instead of just trying to get it from a vertical view. Oh, there we go. Before can look you in the eye, you're just like an angel. Alright, apply. Your feather. Oh. Oh. I'm a creep. It might be better than if I do the scroll through from his website, I think. This one. Oops. Why can't I unlink these? I can. Oh, that's why. Interesting. Okay. Okay, let's just want to center it a bit. Is it really good? Like it's a little spicy right there. How does it level back out? Start there. Range from special brownies. Add track. You might find. Oh, I didn't save the cocaine one. Damn. Alright, it's fine. Add track. Add a roll. I'm a weirdo. I'm doing here. Rotate. Move this one here. Zoom it down. This one. And then do the same with this guy. Rotate it to the left though. Ooh. The stomp's right. So I'm just gonna cut that there. I think I need to do a different look through of his stuff. Yeah, sure. Oh, interesting. This is not what I meant. Brian Lewis Sanders. I'm gonna go to his website. Oh, fuck. Pictures. I don't know if I need to put on another layer. I'm kind of cold, but I don't want to close the window because it's like nice. It's like cold, but like really cold, but like really nice air. I don't want to close the window, but I also don't want to. Go put on a different layer because I might have to change my clothes. I want my pop apple. This one. Inspiration. This should honestly just go out to here. Okay, this is gonna fuck me up. Alright, I gotta reorganize this. Card. I wish I could make like another row. Okay, I think that works. Let me think. Art, maybe? Graphics, videos. Yeah, I like this one. Even the Irish one. This one's very nice. Shit, download. Okay, let me look at the whole video as a whole. Oh, I want to have a pop-up of Oscar Wilde. Art imitates life quote. On me, baby. I know what you need, baby. Ask on me, baby. I like this one. Save. That's still downloading. And then I have to fade out the audio for the last bit. Eyes on me, babe. Maybe not that hard. Pog. And then art imitates life. Boop, boop. Bum, 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 bum. And then let's do a paint on effect. Okay. Computer's lagging just a little bit because it's not super happy with what I just did, but that's okay. Me, baby, I know what you need. Huh. Alright, cool. Save. Workspace. This one, snap captions. Bien. Current text. Subtitle default. Create. Man took drugs for a whole month and did a series of self-portrait as an experiment. While ending up with Sophia. Yeah, plus severe brain damage. Ryan Lewis Saunders in 2017 created in a Lifetime series the effects of a myriad of mind-altering drugs. A series contains over 90 sub-portraits, each drawn vastly different to the levels of varying substances. Oscar Wilde. Maybe. Default, advanced. Alright, well, this loads. I will be right back. I am very cold, so I need to change my clothes really quick. I have returned. Hello, Sheppy. Welcome on in. I will change scenes in 1 second. I just want to check something. Okay. Okay, hold on. I will be two more. Okay, I'm back. This is real as an unknowing bunny. I'm trying to figure something out really quick in the background, but I'll go back to the scene. I'm wondering really quick if Spotify has an equalizer option. Know that the sky's really sunny. No, if I got audio in a more quiet. Interesting. Okay, it does have an equalizer setting. Okay, I have to do something in the background. Okay. We're lying at about pain, forget about life. How the pain used to dance with the sky. No longer care what the hair of a head used to feel. 'Cause your mind's made of lead and your heart's made of steel. Bunnies that were working on a trampoline. Just where that they weren't real. I think this one. New folder. And this one. This one, this one. Okay, I found it. 9. Hours. Hour quantity. Right. That's 2. What's this section? I've been debunked. Deaf not being gay and doing crime. I'm glad. Be gay, do crime. You deserve it. Yes. Videos. You need to do crime. Yeah, crime is good. Crime good. Be gay, do crime. Hardcore busted edit. Here we come. Let's go. I have a new clip and now I make content. Fuck yeah. Do it. Do it. I hope you have fun with it. I hope you have fun with it. There you go. This was 8. This was 6. Handled your for studios, the project enshrined. I lie, you know I'm tired. went to the doctor today and got my ears looked at and cleaned for the first time. Did it feel good? Do you feel good afterwards? If I did that, 40 hours. 40 hours, 1,000 plus task 2. I'm on my way. Actually, let's do this as 6. Well, it was 1:30, but I was there till 4. Well, did it feel good? I mean, if you were there for a while, I hope that what you were doing felt good at least. Yeah. Reimbursement. Felt wonky. That makes sense. It can mess with your sense of balance a little bit because they're messing with your ears. Just seeing a license. Software. I tried to fall over and I tried to stand up and I fell over. Damn, I'm sorry. But I hope that you feel better now and that, you know, your ear doesn't hurt. Why you trying to read that so fast? It's so funny. I'm sorry, I'm a little stupid. T 31 7. Can't do math. Math is hard. What's the number? 250. Oh. So what's 250, 125, 25 equals 50 hours. 25 equals 1250. One, two, two, two. Oven on an island to the salon. It's gonna burn. It's gonna burn. Okay. Brain is small, but we work hard. Okay, so this is gonna say 6. Okay, 1031. Export. Voice, okay. Shouldn't be that. Let her go. Did I do this right? Yeah, hold on. I have to find a thing. I have to read a thing. 7 point a week, 2 months. Uh, 215. I think was the 217. 217. What? What? This is not. This is not. How many weeks in a month? 4 weeks? 217 times 4. Okay, so I did it wrong. Interesting, okay. Let me go get... That one's that one. This one was 8, 9, 8, 8, 9. 8, 9, October, September, August 8. It's quantity 1. Interesting. Let's just do the ones for the last 2 months then. Yeah. Calculator. Divided by 3. Let's say no more than. Call me soft because I'm a wiener. Call me hard because I'm a wiener, man. Oh, I guess hot dog should be hard though, huh? I think, hold on, let me triple check that I did that all correctly. If I put that there, interesting. Don't know how long it's been. And then let's see. Okay. One night you have the answer. You can call. You can also email. Let me read the full thing. Must do work activities. You can get food and for 3 months and 36 months. Doing work activities. Continue. This one, please contact. You can also email. Okay. No, I'm right. Okay. Okay, no, I'm right. This is going to be this one. Questions. Let's do. Oops, not that one. This one. Hello. Received a letter in the mail on AID. Call me Mick it cause I'm the last goonin. What? How does that work? month, and I believe information slash sent in the information needed to be exempt the limitation over here. I've attached the proof of work to this email. Let me know if there is someone I need or any steps to be continued to be modified for additional Okay. Last Ronin joke. Huh? 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 Okay, let me see something. I find it very interesting that this is the case. Then if I open this one, and then I save it out again. Yes. And I don't know if I without you. Open with a wowza. Interesting. Oh, what? What the fuck? How do I do this? You like this song? I enjoy this song a lot. File open. Oh, my blade. Would you even want me looking like a zombie? I do like this song a lot. This song I like a lot. I don't know if I like any other songs because I don't listen to him a lot, but I like his relationship with Ozzy Osbourne a lot. What do you don't believe it is? R.I.P. Ozzy. R.I.P. Ozzy. Wrong folders. Wrong folders. I'm in all the wrong folders. Alright, that's fine by me. My brain. Open PDF in browser. Name different. Why is it broken? I think I know pen plus plus. So cool. Name another new gen all artists who can say that Ozzy Osbourne and then Shannon Osbourne hit them with a car in a music video. I mean, that is very specific, but that's valid. I know what I was looking for till I found her. I found her. Finish. Close file. Open with. Okay, I have to open it this way then. I found her. And then save, and then this one. Complete. This one I want the same. I'm chill now, Pog. Properties. Okay, close. Created. I have to refresh. Leave a song request. Oh, my brain itches. Oh, my brain itches. Oh, my brain itches so much. Okay, I'm good now. Send. No. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, no more blur. No more sensitive information. Alrighty. This video is now good. I'll save. I want to test something really quick. Because thanks to Pocky, I'm very interested in how he did stuff. Filters. There should be a depth mask in here. We'll take this one. We'll put it over here. We're gonna remove attributes on it. I'll remove attributes. Okay, so we're gonna put it here. And then there should be color palette, grid, DQ, glow, depth map. Better. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. Yo, I did it. Yo, this is cool. Yo. Ooh. That's very cool. Alright, we'll play with that more in a second. I need to edit one more video and then I can play with that. Okay. Hands are cold. Alright. Timeline. Create. Maybe I should also look up references. Eyes on me edit. Ooh, fucking YouTube changed its UI. It spooked me. Do I have to look up on TikTok? Could be. Search eyes on me hysteria. I just want to see more edits that people have made with it, but I don't know if people really do that. I feel like they should, though. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, let's see. ATM. Nope. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Whoop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Risk. Crop these guys. Clip operations replace. Video editing, roll for fun, Clover Pit with the logo for Clover Pit. And we make it bigger, and then I check this because I don't want it to be outside of it. I want it to be just in it. And then boop, save. I'm gonna go here. Go to the folder that I don't have open. Go to video editing. We go to roll for fun. This one. Can I fit the LEDs? Oh, it's Bubba Watchwell Wong. Balatro. Hi, Star. Welcome on in. How ya doing? How ya doing? Hope you're having a good day. Okie dokie. Do my TikToks do better when I do it full screen? This one's horizontal. This one's horizontal. I think I do one where it's like full screen for the whole video. Had a good day, just stressing out because of this project. Understandable. Understandable. Okay, so this one is full versus the last one I did that is halved. What about this one's also halved. Okay, most of them are like halved, so I will stick with that. Cropping this one, and then I think 78 is the top most times. And we'll stick with this. Oops. Enjoy nostalgia. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Oops. Or fall to ruin. Or pay off your debt. Is there not like a pay debt section? I guess not. Let's see. And then okay, let me see. Hi, Shadow. How are you? Hello, Norman. Happy Wednesday. How are you all doing? I hope you're all having a lovely, lovely day. This one, and then like right here, and then I'm gonna stretch it out just a little bit. See how I can do. I'm home. I'm home. No more work. Yippee! And then you're going on vacation tomorrow, right? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm just a little sleepy, cold. My fingers are cold. Chat, hold my hand. My fingers are cold. Yeah, yippee, Norman. I hope you have so much fun. I think take me on vacation with you. Mood. Yeah, I kind of want to do... Like, could we do this one in the beginning instead? And I could just readjust this guy. Okay, let's, none of this. Let me do this. Dude, when I got home, I quickly changed and someone immediately started a load of laundry. Like, man, I was gonna do that. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is the locked in a rusty cell room? Does that have a little bit more to it? Okay, cool. And then we just need a bit of footage near the end, which I will take the other video, which is this one. Actually, add track. This guy, it's a hell that I call home. Oh, the sound made me think Shadow got a new one. And then I think I want this to come in here. Let's see. What I wouldn't sacrifice. Let's see, right? Let me see. Or fall to ruin. And then I want the no spins left to be the last thing on the screen. Yeah, there you go. Oh, how far can we extend this like little screen of him saying no spins left? I think only that far, which is actually exactly where I put it. Damn, that's unfortunate, but that's okay. Cool. Combine, delete track, shove this smaller, save. I gotta get a song. Once we get the song, I can then do my video edit. Do you guys want to listen to me video edit? I might make you guys listen to me video edit today. The short edit that's inspired by Pocky. I might make you guys listen to that. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, I'm looking for a song. Hello? Brain? This one. Pumpkin, what is this? No. 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 I fucks with this. Roll for fun. It's a little loud, but I fucks with it. Oh, it's too short. Oh, I've never had that happen before. I've never had that happen before. Genre, mood, suspense. I got my eye itch. This one. What about this one? Ah. No. No. I like this one. Okay, cool. Turn the audio down. Womp. Womp. Woo! Scarabs. Workflows. No captions. Current text. Select track subtitle 1 from default create phrases. Boop, boop. And Clover Pit. Oh, wait. There you go. Clover Pit is a demonic love child of Balatro. Is a Clover Pit of Balatro and Buckshot Roulette. Grouping, Buckshot Roulette. And there's a creation locked in our Advanced. Turn all these off. Create captions. Big stretch. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. I'm good for it. I'm good with it. I'm good with it. I'm gonna restart DaVinci though. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, save. We're gonna put this down for now. I'm gonna look up something, and I feel like this is not the thing I should be looking up, but I don't know any other references. Thirst trap edit. But if we do it of an anime character, it won't be so bad, yeah? Okay. My brain's braining now. I'm braining a little bit. There's one of King Julian. Okay, no. I think brain gonna brain. Chat, you better be ready for something cool. Should we do it horizontal? I think we should do. Maybe we should do a horizontal instead of a vertical, though, huh? Oh, my eyeballs. This one. I feel like we could. I don't know. I really like the way that Pocky did the edit, but I don't know if it's because of the ratio or not. Oh. File's lagging my computer. Okay. I think it's because of this one. Playback resolution half. Ooh, how's my computer doing? Oh, okay. So our computer can't handle that, but you know what? You know, we. Okay, wait. So it's got to be more framey. So a lot slower. Not this. Maybe start it here. So the Transformers one. I feel like this is. Was it Jufrey? Split tone halation vignette. I am very curious. Let's remove. I just want to do the eyes first. Okay, let's just do the eyes first. And I'm actually going to try using the MP4s instead of the mobs. Let me see the edits, exports, eyes. Okay, and then we do this. Abstraction. Drop shadow, blink, edge detect, mirrors. Interesting. Prism blur. Shit. Hold on. My brain is thinking because I was looking up things yesterday, and I want. It's like a blur thing. Oh. What's the blur? It's lens blur. It's like a zoom blur, I think. I want to do the tilt shift blur. Lens blur square. Oh, dude, do I need to make a ranking system of like who's in the lead to get like 8 out of 8? I think I need to make a thing where it's like who's gonna get the 8 out of 8, because right now it's very up in the air. BLT. I don't know where BLT will sit upside down today. Because Pixels was in the lead and now he's like tied. He's tied with like 3 people. Oh, this reminds me I need to message someone. Just wanted to check. Make sure you're doing okay. Okay. I'll turn on stream avatars though so you guys have something to look at on screen. Okay. This is all I can work with. There's no... I think it's really gonna be like... Okay. Yeah, there's no... It's like the eyes going down, so like... This section. Okay, so we got that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, as the focus on the eyes. Yeah, it's me! Y'all all lucky and shit. It depends, because they're stuck at 7 out of 8. So at least you get new ones. They're stuck at 7 out of 8, you know? Oh, my hands are so cold. Okay, so I gotta look at the one that Pocky made. I feel like I have to stare at the one that Pocky made because like I need the inspiration constantly. It looks so pretty. Oh, they found a clip of me closing my eyes all the way. Wait, do I have that in here? Do I close my eyes all the way? This one. I don't. Interesting. Where did he get that? I think that was from Mouth. Okay, well now I want to do it again. I want to re-record it. Cause what Pocky has showed me is I don't have to make things as complicated. Like, I feel like he took one video and was like, I got this, you know? And now I'm jealous. I have to work with him. I think it's a thing, a test to work within my limitations, you know? Let me reset this. And then we'll do... I want to take my bow. I want to take my bow off. I would love if CapCut would download. CapCut be a bitch sometimes. Alright, I'm going to do props. I'm going to take this off. BLT, I need you to scoot because I'm going to crop you out of the video. If you want, you could like stay over here. There you go. Stay over there. Okay. And then I want to try something, but you guys aren't allowed to see it because it's a secret. my model. There you go. Okay. Oh, not that one. Okay, so I'm gonna try this one. God damn it! I'm a needy ass simp, and Vex is still. Aw, they'll be back soon. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and then maybe that's it. I'm gonna think so. I gotta reset. And then go big. And then we can turn all the stuff back on. Alright, let's go gambling. Am I gonna turn the right thing off today? Hopefully. This one. Yep. Okay, cool. Resources. Video segments. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Test 2. I can't show this to you guys. I can. I can. I can. That'll be fine. It'll be like, oh my god, Elaine, where did this come from? But I wanted a mauve or an MP4 though. Also, I have a lot of things in my downloads. I need to clean this up. Alright, the bean thing. I gotta send this to Body so I can delete it off my computer. Where is my friend Body? There he is. Oh, I've been waiting. Oh, it's okay, but they'll be back soon. And you're the first. If it makes you feel any better, you're gonna be the first person to know that they're back. You'll know before the rest of us. Oh, I had an email I have to read really quick. I had an email. What's this email about? Early child link to this one. Oh, okay. Okay. Who cares? What do you mean, who cares? I want her now? Damn, I'm sorry. It's okay, they'll be here soon. This makes the heart grow fond, or you'll be okay. I promise. To be fair. Okay. Blur. Okay. The sunshine. I hate Wednesday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you got nothing to do. Yeah, I guess you were already trying to distract yourself with that edit, huh? Do you know what audio you're gonna use for the Hopecore edit? Do you need more audio? Do you need the MP3? If you're doing the one that I normally do, I can give you the MP3. This one. None of you are allowed to react to this, okay? It's a I like the beginning one. This one. Okay. Sure, but the problem is the speaking part is me talking to her. Sure, but the problem is the speaking part is me talking to her. What do you mean? Confusion. When I sent you in DMs. Yeah. What's the problem though? I see no problem. It's very isolated, so I don't see a super downside. My hands are cold, sorry. And my hands not to be cold. Do I have my little baby gloves? No, I don't want to use my baby gloves because they fucking... My tism makes me feel like I can't. My tism says no. Okay. Okay, now we need to do... What if we did a color correction? Color compressor? Do color correction. I'm thinking about her every time I hear the audio. Well, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, isn't it? Pick screen color, this one. Compress hue. Why didn't it keep it? Okay, compress hue. Wait, no. Wait. Let's do red. It's gonna be okay. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It's gonna be a-okay. False color. Maybe I gotta use Da Vinci glowing eyes. Yo, I swear I'm not in love. I swear it reminds me of the fucking what do you call it? The song from Hercules. She's like, I won't say I'm in love. No, that one. Okay, hold on. I gotta do this. I have to do this in here, don't I? Man, I don't want to do it in here. Fine, whatever. Whatever. Okay, hold on. Move it. Okay. I'll just do it with my normal face. Okay. We're gonna go to effects. We're going to not go down. That's whole vibe. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh shit. Okay, if I click that, it makes it. Okay. Okay, and then then we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna hide the tail so it's not distracting, and then we're going to go into visual effects. We're gonna reset all to off. Color grading, bloom, and light effects I think is what I want. There we go. Make it red, right? Bloom intensity. Why is... Oh, it's this one. Isn't this cool? Should it just be my irises though? Up on the internet just to looks good. Items for printing signs, draws, customized scene lighting. This one? Yeah, I want your things in my room. I wish you all the time. Myself on the internet, just to see what you'll find. I guess it's the whole eyeballs. Okay, I guess we're going with the whole ball. The whole ball. That's probably enough footage. I gotta reset it all. Boop, boop. Hi, Quet. How you doing? Videos. Nope. Screen recordings. This one. Doing well. I'm glad. This is kind of cool. Is your own Hero Forge? Fuck yeah. I hope you're having fun. I'm wondering. Okay, now I gotta look at Pocky singing. They kind of did like that halfway. So maybe just this section? How do they get it to look so cool? This new kit bash mode slaps. A bit finicky, but it opens infinite possibilities. Yeah, I think it's very interesting that they allow for kit bashing now on Hero Forge. How long is it? Goes to baby, so it goes to baby. Trying to make quit? Fuck yeah, let me know how it goes. What's this one look like? But this one. What this one? Ooh. Ooh. Oops. Okay, that's cool. Can we do, we should do the lens blur. This one. Center inclusion channel adjustment center position. Huh. Huh. Wait. Maybe not the zoom blur. What's the blur that I used? Oh, this is it's the tilt shift one. Whoa! Quids, that looks sick as fuck. Yo, that's actually really cool. Maybe I'll remake Chul and Biff in Hero Forge. Now that you can really fuck with it. Focus. I wanted this to go up. Center Y. Looking pretty close. Yeah, I can't wait till you color it. What's this one do? Doesn't really do much, does it? Boop. Okay. Wait, no, it goes all the way over here. Maybe add a speed point here. I love the glowy eyes. Thank you. Pocky, the wonderful Pocky, made this edit of us. Here, I can show it to you. To this song. The ending is so sick, though. That right there, the end is just, ooh. Gonna work on Spooky Passion Project. I believe in you, Buster! But yeah, so they made this edit of us. So now I'm trying to make my own edit with that vibe in mind. It's hard. Okay. Yeah, I do gotta do it horizontally though, huh? No, I want to make it work in vertical. Okay, so they do. Same song or different one in mind? Same song. Like this one. A little less prism blur. And then... what's this do? Flicker addition, halation, vignette, film damage. Color palette, 3D keyer. Ooh, what's this one? I kind of like the lens reflection. I kind of want to move it though. Holy shit. There are so many things in this thing. Oh my god. I just wanted to move it a bit. Oh, okay. Okay, well, maybe we'll just leave it like that. Depth map. We can't use the depth map because that shit's too heavy on the computer. Deepen, dustbuster, frame replacer, noise reduction. Patch replacer, sharpen, abstraction. I think I want to use mirrors at some point. want scanline. Scanline sounds kind of cool, but let's get the timing right. And then maybe like a reverse. 100. Oh goodness. I like that. I am so confused. Maybe clear speed point. Reverse segment? No. Oh, add speed point. Oh, I can't. Okay. No. I get it. And then we can do this one. Oh my god. This one. And then reverse segment. But like reverse it faster. Wait, I think it has to come sooner. Eyes. What is the... It's gotta be... It feels like... like... Yeah, it's like so much slower. Let me remove this. Be even slower. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Call me hungry because you looking like a snack. Yippee! Hi, Canadian. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in. How's your brain doing today? You feeling all right? Yesterday, I know you were a bit pooey, so I hope you're feeling better today. Eyes. Eyes. So, let me put this one up here and then make it even slower. I'm all right. Still a little under the weather, but I got pizza. Ooh, what kind of pizza? I'm sorry everyone's feeling under the weather, but no, I love you guys, and I'm always here, okay? And the work I did before class today is exactly what the professor's going, so it's an easy day for me. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that it is. Let me edit this because I want it to feel like I'm talking to you guys when I look over. Extra cheese, bacon, pepperoni, pizza. Yum, yum, yum. And then it'll be this one again here. Reverse segment. So it's like that. I'll be even slower. little bit faster. Is there a strike in my area, bro? I hear people yelling out my window, and it's making me upset. Not because I'm not for the strike, if the strike is a good thing, but, like... It's ruining my peace. Oh. It's the hospital again. Okay. I didn't think it was a hospital because it sounds further away, but it is the hospital. Okay. I'm fine now that I know what it is. It's much louder than it was last year. Maybe not that fast. Maybe I need to do this one, but slower. Eyes. And then... slow. Fuck. I don't know. I think here it should go back to 25. Yeah, so. How do they do it? I feel like it should be 10. What is this one on? 19? Put this one on 10. Start it here. This one should be faster. Maybe? Let's do this part. This part. Let's try that now. And then bring this out. Change this. Bring this back. Nope. Not that hard. Doop. Whoop. Okay. He's a little bit too slow here. Maybe like that. Oh, I see another thing. Okay. And then I need an adjustment layer. And And then this. Right here. A little bit of a zoom and a tilt. Ah, my phone buzzed. Oh, my braid. Baby braid. Why, Shippy? I hope you're having a good day, though, Shippy. Bay. Next frame. 1. If it's like this. How did he do the... It's kind of more of a reverse, ain't it? So maybe instead... Let's go back here. It's just 1 0 0 0. So it's like maybe faster. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then put this here. Not exactly what I'm... So maybe just the slow zoom for the whole thing maybe instead? Okay. And then let's bring in this clip. And then I have a thing where I smirk. Alright. Okay, I'll do that part. Oops. Not enough booba! Fuck! I didn't record enough booba, no! Fuck. Alright, well, I have to make do. Okay, this, and then... No, not the booba, that's what I'm saying! Add track. What is this one? This one is 17. 17. Here. Rip. You nerfed the booba. I know, I suck. It's not gonna be as sexy as I want it to be now. That's fine though. 29. Right here. And then what is this one? 83. 80. 89. Alright, let's see how that looks. It's not the worst, I think. And look at it. Yeah. Master, BG darken. Except we're going to make this like an eye blur. Cropping, crop top. bottom. We're gonna tilt it. Yeah, look at that. Go here, go here. I just want the plugins. Ooh. Got to go to effects, tilt shift blur, center Y. This one needs a blur as well, though. This is a softness. If I like. Then I rotated it the other way. How's the editing looking so far? I think it's looking. I don't know if it's good or not, but I think it's looking. I'll tell you that. This one needs to move. So right now it kind of looks like this. Hold on, let me unmute it. Hold on. Fuck it, we'll put it in music. I think I have to zoom in on the smile more. I think the smile's like not enough. And I also don't like this X. I think we should just keep it as the 1. I think the 1 was sexier. Whoop. Okay, maybe not like that. Crop top. Bottom. I don't know if I want this softness like this. Let's do 0 again. Just a little bit. I think we need to zoom in on the mouth more. So we'll take all this off, zoom. I'll take off the crop. What? Zoom. I'll make these ones like this. So is Twitter shared a few for free. Ooh. Ooh. I haven't gone to like too much of like the glitchy stuff just yet. Kind of just trying to get like the pacing of things right. But hey, if you want to drop that link, don't be afraid. I want to see it. I just don't know if I don't know if I want this to move with it. I don't know. I don't know if it looks better or not. Oh, wait. What the fuck? 72. Okay, there we go. Okay, can't really do that. Okay. Alright, back to this. I'll turn this off now. Ignore. Thank you, star. Oh! Oh, it's these! I see when the Scoutmaster is near it. Fucking funny. I think I like the second one. This one. Let's try it. Let's try it. Save. Oh, fuck. Oops. Okay, let's try it. Let's add a little bit of this. See how it looks. Let's do... See which one will look the best. Divide is kind of cool. Exclusion. Linear dodge. Screen, soft light, soft. This is cool. It's cool, but it's a lot. I think this is kind of nice, a color dodge, and just a little bit less. Effects. Boop. I'm curious. Can I put this on here? No. Excuse me. Whoa. Okay. What this one? Okay, my computer's dying a little bit. Just a little bit. DVE graphic highlight stretch. What's this? I don't think it's gonna work. My computer's dying. Yo, this night vision shit? Wait, yo, what's this? Yo, wait. Wait, what is this? Yo. That's kind of cool, though. I wish it didn't do make it rave. Ha! Indeed. If I put them all the way up, white, interesting. My vision is a very interesting effect. What does this one do? I don't think that did anything. Hold on. Maybe I should just get a normal video so that way I can see what it's doing. So that way I can actually, like, pick if I want it or not. Because I feel like I'm kind of just, like, doing it on something that's already, like, pretty... Okay, I said that, but I didn't do anything. What about this one? What the fuck? That's crazy. Video camera. That one's actually kind of cool. Watermark? Watermark's interesting. I didn't know you could do, like, a watermark effect. Interesting. Okay. Auto animation, icon mask, phone effect, DSLR, digital glitch. I think I do that on this one. Oh, but if I do that, I would think I want the sensor on top. It makes my lips big and I think it looks stupid. What about this? Just a little bit of camera shake? Maybe not. Blanking fill, motion trails, fast noise. Analog damage. Ooh. Yo, wait, that's kind of sick though. Wait. Yo, that kind of go hard though. Wait, okay, wait. I don't know if I should have this like be fully black like this.
Father,
Ah! It's a lot though. This effect is a lot though. The analog damage is a lot. What about JPEG damage? Oh, that's cool. It's kind of like those pixelated games. That's actually really cool. I like analog damage a lot, but I think I want to turn it down. Also, I really have to go to the bathroom. Scan broadcast signal. No CRT framing. Dude, that's kind of sick though. Wait, okay, what if we go back here, go to effects, go to... Oh, this is the only one it has, okay. That's kind of cool though. It's kind of cool though. Maybe we turn the flickering off though. I don't know if we want the flickering. That's 3 Moiras in a row. That's because she love you. Oh no, the flickering's cool. Never mind. What if we added the... Can we add the flicker edition instead onto... Flicker edition onto here instead, and then remove it from here. That might be better. It was not better. What happened? Oh, okay, okay. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot to bring myself back. Oh. I have returned. I have returned. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty, let's go back to the hub. It's too close for comfort. Okay, I did want to do that. Where's the thingy? The analog damage. But chroma noise, detail loss, ghosting. It's like it's contrast, brightness. Okay, that one I want to turn off. TV, VHS. It is the coloring that I don't want. Like, I want more of... I like this depth. So I have to turn off whatever is doing that. Shutter weave, maybe? No. Contrast. I think that helps. Well, the brightness isn't gonna help, actually. Maybe it will. It's going to so much gray. Can we do a color correction? Release me from the skies. I just... No, that's the keyer. Color stabilizer, maybe? That's very cool. That's what I want, though. Dehaze contrast pop. What about this one? I'm surprised that this thing doesn't have, like, curves. Split tones color generator grid. Relit, flicker chromatic. Drop shadow, watercolor. Effects. Tunnels, generators, audio video toolbox. What is chromatic adaptation? No. To be fair, I think it's honestly just the brightness. Oh wait, there's others. Whoa, 1990s? What's 1990s? Interesting. Security camera? Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Ghosting. Oh. That's kind of cool. It's just a little bit less. Chroma noise. Noise scale. Okay, color dials. Wait, that was the effect. Whoop. It's the phosphor brightness. And then ghost offset. That's cool. Phosphor tint. Defocus. Screen curvature. That's kind of cool. Okay, then I'm gonna make sure that all the effects still affect stuff. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. That one's reflection does. Boop. Turn off, just do plugins. Let's do this, but the next one. We also move it up a bit. Let me look at the pockies again. I wonder if you could do a depth mask on a frozen picture. So that way it's not as heavy, maybe? This one. This one, this one, this one. Wait, not that one, this one. There's a very small frame of it. I think either way would work. Let's do depth. Faster. I think that's kind of cool though. So let's do... Actually, don't do zoom on that. Do zoom on this. Except we will remove all of this stuff. Okay. Okay, so then we will do this one. Zoom. And then adjustment. This one. Target depth. Not isolation, map finesse. How did they do the... So what effect did they get from it? It's very much like the eye. You can see the eye. So let me go here and let me zoom this in harder. Let me turn this effect off for now to see if I can get a better effect on the eye. I don't think it changes much. Interesting. So we definitely want this to be like that. And how do we get the sunken in eye portion though? A little more softness maybe? Or maybe we need a different video. I wonder if they use it with my eye open and my eyes closed. Right here actually is a very good clip of it. Such an interesting effect. Okay. Wait. My brain is kind of understanding. Let me remove it though. I want to reset it. Okay. And then that. And then isolation. What does isolation do? Less tolerance, more depth. Interesting. More tolerance, less depth. Interesting. That like inverts it. That's cool. I wonder if add track, almost like duplicating the effect on top of itself would be better, because then we could do a, where's the screen layer? Screen. And we can go to effects. And then we can turn isolation off. Right, this was on screen, right? Effects. Reset this guy. Yeah, and then this one I kind of want it to be like the inverted. Oh wait. No, I don't think inverting it was the play. We have that part. And now if we add this part on top. Interesting. Interesting. It doesn't. Huh. It does not work the way I thought it would. Interesting. Okay, so let's go back to this. Let's do faster. Maybe the map isn't what I need. Okay, just make sure that the faster playback. Let's do quarter. Yikes! Oh, I wish I could do like a curves. Could I do it in this? Let's see, temperature contrast. Pivot. Lift, gamma, gain, offset. Shadows. If I did shadows here. Gain, offset. Okay, offset makes it change colors, which we don't want. Hue, saturated, luminosity mix. Brainwashing. Okay, that limits the amount. I don't feel like this is the best keyframe for it, and that's why I'm having an issue. Okay, let's go back to this one is the screen. I don't want to do this right now. Let's see how the depth things looks on this, actually. I'm curious. Huh, interesting. Okay, what about this one? Hold on. I feel like this one could work. Like right here, Buster. It's like right here where the eyes are defined. Right there, right there. Oh, fuck. This one, where it could work out right there. This one could work. What else we got? This one. Okay. And now let's take these two effects and we'll put a depth. They already have depth, and that's one of them. I think this one's better. I got like 5 Moiras on the king. You got all the little Momos. Speaking of a little Momo, huh, baby? I didn't see Moira in my office. She came in. She's sitting by the door. I feel like she's waiting to ambush someone, but we shall see. A little bit of that. Maybe like that. I really wish I could take this part and like okay, like that, and like this, and like this, and then like maybe I can now. Ooh, I think I figured it out. Okay, let's see if my computer dies. I have to get on the fuck around and lose control. Right, here's the next marker. So these will get cropped here. But this one has the where is it? It's alright, I'll go all night. Walk around and lose control. It's very interesting that the framing does it like that, but I think it's okay. Let's do a blur. I want to do a Gaussian blur. I'm gonna do a Gaussian blur that here is like this, and then here it goes to nothing. Maybe sooner. Maybe sooner. I don't know if the Gaussian blur actually does anything. Maybe not the Gaussian blur. Have to get high on my lows. Center position. And then here it gets turned off. Oh, 0. Moo, hi Lud, how are you doing? And then I kind of want to do the same thing I did, but with this part. This goes here. Move this one. I'll play this one. Oh, I forgot. This part. This part. Ooh, no. Over here. Ooh. Okay, no more lens reflection. Flicker addition is fine. Prism blur. Yeah, we can keep that. Center Y. Yeah. Wait, hold on, what? my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, Starbeater, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy hanging out in the Milk Club. How you doing? What's the weather like over there? Feel free to let me know. I'm making a thirst trap edit of myself. Was that cringe? Maybe. Is that the point? Shh. I want to make this a little bit faster. Okay, no, I don't. Am I going to do the same thing I did in the beginning? I think I might, because I like the effect. Okay, so I'm going to crop this. We're going to make it go to 17. What you need. Okay. Hello, I'm doing good. Doing some lurking while I wait for dinner to cook. How are you doing? I'm good. I'm making a little edit of myself because I thought it would be fun. And then I'll probably do something. Maybe live 2D stuff. Maybe show up live 2D stuff. Okay, now it got to be 27. 27. And then this has to be... oh, wait, did I do this wrong? I think I did it wrong. 17, 29, 83. 17, okay. 88 is fine. Did this, I think I need to adjust now the analog because it's too bright now. Yeah, there we go. And then these have all the same effects they do. Let's do, I want to do like a gamma fix. So I think gamma limiter maybe. Not that one. Nope. Color compressor, color stabilizer, Z haze, false color, gamma mapping, invert color, film grain, split tone, sharpen, soften, watercolor. Where is the thing that I'm looking for? It has to be in OpenFX. Film damage, color stabilizer. Let's try this one. No, that's not what I want. Contrast pop, dehaze. Could be color compressor. If we put color compressor on top and then make it dark. Compress saturation a bit. Keep going and then compress saturation more. Have you checked your butthole? What? Why would... No, I have not. Thank you very much. Because I don't need to. Because I know it's in the program. I kind of want to make this even faster, if I'm honest. Okay. And then I'll add a little bit more of a glitching effect, so boop, 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 boop. It's this one. glitch width, glitch height, scale. Oh. Oh, interesting. I can't tell. Effects. Lens distortion, warper, fast noise. Oh wait. Inside of digital glitch. What about JPEG damage? Oh, I forgot. And I have to give all of these the plugin that it has. And then let's go to the JPEG damage, and we're gonna up the resolution. Can I also do... there's like a TV damage one, film damage. And then let's do film damage on top. Add vignetting. I just want that line. So maybe not. I have scan lines. Scam, what happened? What do you mean scam? I didn't even do anything. Line sharpness. Line angle, let's do 90. And frequency. Hard mix. Frequency. Sharpness. The star scammed me. How? Do you want another one? Here, I'll give you another one. I'll spawn a few of them. There. And then I kind of want this section again. Except it will be of my horns. Except I'm ooped. Move this one off. I think this one is maybe where I use the mirror effect. And then off, and then position apply. Okay, no, I don't want to use that one. Where's the mirror effect? You're getting there, Buster. You're getting there. Video. Rotation. Why is it doing that? Doesn't have any cropping, so why would it do that? Mirrors. Interesting. Okay. Yo, sitting. Oh, hi, Room Bear. Hi, Elena. I hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday evening. Oh, thank you. Guys, go check out Room Bear Dad if you haven't. They're a lovely, lovely fella. They're a lovely, lovely fella. They're a big bear with that energy. I've been added. What is this? 2D. Ooh. I love it. I love this. They went a lot harder than I thought they would. That's crazy. I love his little fold on the arms. Look at this. Edwin Studios for Enshrine is commissioning artists. And we got Moon to draw a flint beak of ours. And look at his little chubby arms. He's got little chub arms. And it's very cute. I like it a lot. It's very cute. And look at his little chubby arms. He got little chubby on the arms. I love it. Look at his little... Yo, cute. Very beautiful, honestly. Very cute. Okay. Close this. Go here. Let me go. Let me remove these. They're spoilers. No more of those. Eyes, hips, mouth. But eyes. What about? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. If I reverse the segment. Okay, that's where this has got to stop. In the sea of pink, I am a green little guy with a hat. Word is that? Oh, you love your girlfriend. Who the fuck's... Alright, hold on. I want to make you two sit together. If Vex's thing is still in here. Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. Here you are. Wait. There's a little platform here. Okay, where's Vexed? I don't think Vex is in here. And spawn it though. And then wait, I want you two to face each other. Okay, that's fine. There you go. And in case you want it, here you go. I'm putting it in the fridge. Buster at Vexed. Here you go. Wait, I gotta look at Pocky's thing again. Oh, that one's so cool. She won't be here for a while. It's okay. It's okay. That's why I took a screenshot in case. I wonder what that one's from. Honestly, I think I do like this. And then go... I'd flicker between, I think... this one. Actually, this one, this one, this one. Let's cut it. Take this one, oh, this one, and apply it here. I bought her nitro, Elaine. I'm in too deep. I bought her nitro. Let's go! What is she doing anything with that nitro? Is she doing anything with that nitro by chance? Did she get a boost? Did she have an extra boost? Sniffer, sniffer. Sniffer, sniffer. Fuck, hold on. I'm trying to, like, balance this. Oh, I've got to start here. And then this next one starts here. This one. She was my Discord star. Damn, okay, it's fine. It's okay. We just need one more. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We just need one more and then we'll be pogging. Oh shit, it's like lagging so I can't see it all. I don't know if I have to do it again. Do I need to do it again? I think I need to do it again. I can't tell. I'm so confused. Mackie T, Twitch Zombie, welcome on in. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you enjoy your stay. You got Vibrant Vibes. Welcome on in. I've returned. Wi-Fi is revived. It's 6 freaking months and it's finally on. Well, welcome on in. I'm sorry that the Wi-Fi has been bunk, but happy to have you here. How's it going? How's it going? Thank you for the cheek pap. I want to do a video transition. Because I think this is where I'm going to get the glitch effect from. That's a box wipe, bro. Gimme. Okay. Thank you for the head pat. That doesn't look as good as I want it to. Frick. What about this one? My computer cannot handle this right now. Hold on, I gotta like look at these waveforms. I think this actually needs to happen here. And then we can bring it back. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like that fast. Like, yeah, I think it's supposed to be that fast. And one more, I think. I can't tell. It's so fast. Except I want it to be on the one where I'm smiling, though. Yeah. Okay, maybe not this part, and then this part, and then this part, this part, apply. Move this. We're gonna get the ending of this one. We're gonna get a top of this one. We're gonna cut this off. We're gonna remove this, put that back down. I think I have to fuck with this just a little bit. Someone's car sounds like flatulence. If I reset these. Boop. Okay, so this one. This is a screen layer, so we want the lighters to be lighter. don't think isolation ain't doing nothing for us. Sorry, Impact Moo, you are totally fine. Welcome back. How is it going? I'm gonna try to get my smile in on this a bit more. 55 more minutes, and I'm out of here. I believe in you. I believe. It's getting a little bit more on my lips. Scammer maybe though. Okay. It's okay. It got busy out of nowhere. I'm sorry. I hope it's all settled down now though. I think this. So I would bring this out to here. And this one would be this here. This go here. Go to the next one with a zoom and a rotate. Watched your other screaming today? It was a good movie? Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that it was good. What you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. I got what you need, baby. Eyes on me, baby. That's too fast. Cool. Okay, so let's go forward. Zoom it in a bit less. Rotate it a bit less. Okay, how's that? I posted. Also, my girlfriend and I were watching Freddy vs. Jason last night, and the stream froze up. Yeah. Please do. Maybe instead of rotation, we should do a slide instead. So let's remove this one, and then slide it to the center. How's that look? Oh, we also want to remove the zoom effect. Like, why is it not working? Doop doop. Maybe I do want to zoom it in more. Okay, let's try that. Post it. It's him screaming. I like it. Also, my PNG was finished this morning. Let's go. I'm so happy. Are you excited? 6 days left. I feel like this part. I have another idea for this that I want to do. And then the timing would be the same here. And right here. I don't think we gotta do the whole thing though, huh? I think I'd stop it here. I'm super excited. One of the first things I'm going to do. Fuck yeah. Well, I'm excited for you. I hope that it's lots of fun for ya. But I need to go to the doctor first. It's okay. It'll be a treat. It'll be a little treat to be able to do that, you know? So now it's like this. Okay, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that yet, but I'm gonna do things. So give me like 10 seconds. Not this, not this, this. This. Hair. This one, this one. Do I have a thing for blood? Guys got a sneak peek at something. Just a little freak, understandable. You know what, actually? Yeah, I'll be fine. Because I need to take a recording of it. This one. Blood. I do have a blood thing. This one. My blood. This is not on. I'm cleavage, huh? Okay. Our brain is processing things. Makes me green. I want to turn the blood on though. I guess I need to do a new expression that sets that on. Okay, new expression. I'll call it paint. You should have a reason to sit on your tits. Feels a little degrading, but no. I'm okay. I'm okay. You just asked nicely. Just ask nicely. Most of the time, I just put you on here. But I don't have a PNG of a lot of you, which is the only problem. I guess I could put, like, the little, little guys on here. And you just ask nicely. Where is it? Pigtails, ponytail, hair down ear, draw arm. Idle, pulse, dress. What? Where is it? Oh, here it is. Paint. There we go. Fair, didn't make you feel ready. It's okay. It's alright. I know you didn't mean it. I didn't make the new one. Fuck. But no, I think it's just because I'm happy to do it in general. If you want to sit there, you can sit there, you know? Okay, so this one. Fuck. Paint. Blood. Okay. And then I gotta go. Fit. Default. Band-Aid. Hair. And then this one. It's gonna be a secret. I'm gonna keep it a secret. I mean, as secret as I can without, because you guys know what it looks like, so whatever. And then I gotta turn the effects on. Where are the effects? Okay. Why won't it let me take a picture? Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Bonk. Okay. I gotta go here, this one, pictures, screenshots, sort by date. What was I gonna do after this? I don't remember. Play video games, maybe? I'm not really in a video game mood. I'll play video games tomorrow because I have Dragonlance tomorrow. Aww. Glad you dig, yo. I think the second one is better. This one. And then I just do this. Oops. Oops. Okay, I want to take this off. I just don't like it very much. I kind of want this section. Shorten this guy here, bring this one out. Yeah, that's not bad. I think that's pretty good. I think I did pretty good. Yeah, okay. That's good enough for that edit for today. I have to look at a thing. I'm being told to look at a thing, but I bet $10 it wasn't sent to me. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, I might have to ask Pixels to show it to me. Agree. Alone with you. Alright, what do I want to do now? I don't know what I want to do now. Oh, I guess I could finish that bean. I could finish that bean I was working on earlier. It'd be fun. And adding in wording. I can't spell it, doesn't matter. Okay, hold on. Okay, and then my browser needs to be muted. Okay. I have to look at it. I'll just put it on the other monitor. This is long. Oh, look, Rainer is here. Oh, is he? Elaine becomes Eminem the second she's given a wall of text. I don't like reading things. I'm not very good at it. I'm good at a lot of other things. Hold on, I have to turn that up. What? And that's where they'd have the video. Alright. Bonk, bonk. I didn't open Maya. What do you mean I didn't open? I hate waiting for programs to open. So when I like look away to do something and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this thing while I wait, and then it's not open, makes me cry. Basically, all the lurkers are outed by stream avatars. Oh, that's valid. They're not outed by Twitch though. Let me tell you what, Twitch is not like lurkers. That makes me cry. Let's just not go here. This goes in resources. Oh, go in here. I don't know if I'll ever finish the Halloween art. I don't know if I have time for it. I think I might work on D&D stuff as well after this. Invisible. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Now let's make it hard. And then I have to figure out how to... If I just do this... Oh. Ooh, I don't know how to do that. Doesn't Twitch get paid for lurkers who watch ads too? If they do, then they are being really greedy and hypocritical. I don't actually know, to be honest. I don't know why they decided to do what they're doing with the whole like viewer system, because I know a lot of people who their viewers are just getting cut in half because of the new Twitch update. So I wouldn't be able to tell you what's going on, and they're not gonna fix it anytime soon because they're currently doing TwitchCon stuff. Now, as I say these things, Twitch, please don't hurt me. I'm just trying to keep my viewers informed of what's going on in the sphere. And it's obviously happening in the sphere because people can see it. It's being talked about on Twitter. Okay, thanks, love you, bye. I don't know if this is gonna look good. Love you. I love you. No. Okay, what about that? Is that good? Maybe like that. Boop, 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 boop. This one needs to be softened. I feel like I'm doing the right thing here, you know? But at the same time, I am confused as fuck. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Should I break your heart? I think he's looking. Please give it to me. The vertex. And then this one. Whoop, whoop. And then this one. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, but the viewer system doesn't actually affect AdSense, and on Twitch's end, it mostly screws streamers because unless you're Kaisen out or IMS, most of your viewers are lurkers. Unfortunately, this is true. This one, this one. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Interesting. It's becoming very like off as I do this. Interesting. Hello, Moira. Hi, baby bean. Come here. Come sit in my lap. I know that's what you want. No, go the other way. Go the other way. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way. Go this way. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Perfect. When she sits on my right arm, it's really hard because that's like my mouse arm. But if she sits on the other arm, it doesn't really matter. Thank you, Momo. What a good little kitty. That's my microphone. You sniffer? What's it sniffer like? Boop. No, where are you going? She's leaving me. I don't like this. That's my stomach. It's my stomach. Okay, bye. Like, kind of gut punched me a little bit. And when you're pushing for partner affiliate, then it makes it harder since you need to average out certain. Being added again. I guess I should do more of these, I guess. And then do these two. And then another one. And another one. And then I'll just remove these, take these, and then bind them together. Boop. Nope, you were good, and now you're fucky. One, two, three, four. That one's fine. Come on, come on. I'm from underneath yours. Oh, my nose is just okay. Wonder if I use the sculpting tools like the smooth, if that'll help at all. Like here. Smooth the surface area of the mesh. Let's see, it feels like this needs to cut into here, actually. I say that, but it still kind of looks weird, huh? If I removed this one. Still feel like it looks a bit weird. If only I could take a gloopy shape and then another. Wait, maybe I can. Wait. Duplicate, hide. Mirror. Reset. Oh, Z, isn't it? Yep, okay. Duplicate, hide it. Okay, and then modify mesh. I wonder if I could re-topologize this guy though. Re-topologize. Apply. No matter what you do. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. I don't think it preserved the hard edge because I don't think it's saved that it had a hard edge. God damn it. Two edges. Whatcha? Oh, something. That I can't see it because of the fucking. Okay. Come on now. I think that looks a lot better. Then I just gotta take the butt and fix the butt up a little bit. Can I smooth it? I can. Symmetry, world Z. Strength, let's do 20. And let's pull it a little bit. Did I pull it? I pulled it a little bit too far down, I think. To save you with a boop, 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 boop. Ooh. Ew, that's what I would do. Okay, well, I'll do this then. And then I'll re-topologize it after. This is probably the hardest way that I could have done this, but it's okay. Surface sculpting, this one. Oh, it won't let me. Okay, that's fine. Man, okay. Let me... World Z. Let me recenter pivot. Let me do where is it? Quadra. This guy's a surface. Quadra. Bonk. 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 And bonk. Yeah, I think that's pretty square. Interesting. I wonder... No. Yeah. It's better. Let's see. Clear dots, loop, auto lock, relax. Inner. Thank you for the boot buster. Door is red. I forgot what the button is for this. I thought it was... Okay, never mind. It's fine. Oh, I want the outer border vertices. Let me like that, yeah. Yeah, let's do it here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. And this. Let's go back to the inner vertices instead. It's like... I don't know what. How do you expand mesh quadra Maya? Select to extend tab drag. Ah, it is tab drag. Hehe. Doop doop. And then how do I want to do this? I want this to be like this. 2, 3. What if anyone you attacked? There we go. And then do that one. I don't know if I should remove that one, maybe? I think I'm gonna try to make it so I can have all the vertices on here. Even though it'll make it a little spicy, I think. And then there's one here. And then one here. And that way. There we go. Just do it like this. Leave the person. Out of luck. Yeah. Maybe let's just move it. I'll just move this one. So that way they align better. And then this one. Over and then over, because I want this to be pretty nice quads, so that way if I sculpt on it, it'll look even nicer. Hey, give me the edge. A little bit lower, quad draw. All right, there we go. On my face, it just okay. There we go. And then I kind of want to do it manually, I think. Yeah. Like this. Hey, Fluffy Gal. How are your pixels tonight? Very good. I'm quite well. How are you doing, Cole? I hope you are doing well on this eve. This looks like it'd be a 5-pointed star. Methinks. There you go. There you go. Actually, I think the 5-pointed star happens here. You look at me. How do 5-pointed stars work? 5-point star topology. 3D. Yeah, it's like one of these. That would happen in here. Okay. So this one to here. And like here. But why do that though? Why not just do this? Huh. The problem's gritting a bean. Yup. This is more of an organic shape than I ever thought it was. Demons. And the devil lied to the angel when she's sleeping. Oh, maybe it happens here. Yeah, no, it makes more sense that it happens here, actually. The only one, picture right? Or at least I thought so. Can you poke for Discord? Looks right to me. Hey, boop. Yeah, you did good. That's pretty basic graphic design. You did good. Just like the one that we have on the Kickstarter, so. And I like the one on the Kickstarter, so. What's in weeks? Forehead itches. Okay. Oh, look at the time. And it's our first time you leave. Oh, it's like this. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Boop. Nothing. Interesting. Now I have to figure out how this hole gets filled. I got nothing to do with you. Yes. Simple-minded. Oh. Let's do inner. Oh, you stay there. Okay. I'm pretty sure this would definitely be a 5-point star though right here. You're wearing nothing but your perfume. It's one hell of a view. Me an offer I can't refuse. Then this. Boop, boop, boop. And then I think unless I did like this and then like this, I think might be better. And you know it. My heart goes hammer time. Oh, interesting. Ain't nothing but your perfume. There we go. Make me an offer I can't refuse. Please come on over and ruin my life. I knew we'd have to have a 5-point star somewhere. But whether this is actual information that is true or not, we'll have to find out in like a second. I want another one. There we go. No, it's actually correct. Wow. I did it. Very nice. Very cool. There we go. Very nice, very clean. Me likey. Though this is not aligning, so let me redo this part. Malgo. So I think this needs to go up a little bit. This might need an extra bit right here, and that's why it's wonky. This one splits into two. Interesting. Actually, take this one off. Baby. There you go. Much better. The only thing I don't want it to budge is that line, but I'll just make it smooth for now. And then bring it back. It's back. Now back in here. We're just gonna smooth out this section. Now he has his whittle butt. I still feel like this 5-point star should move here. Well, I gotta look at a 5-point star again on topology. Okay, so it currently is not a 5-point star. I don't think it actually would be. I think I was right in that the bottom part is. 2, 3. This is what I get for trying to guesstimate where the star was gonna be. Alright, cool. Let's do it this way. Ooh. Tab. Oh, what? Tab. And then another one. There we go. Except I fucked this one up. Because there needs to be a point there where it's like, why does my phone keep buzzing? Got a text. Is it from my parents? It is. What did they say? It would be this point, I think. And then, oh, interesting. There's still 3. Oh, interesting. There we go. Maybe this is placed wrong. No, give it. Go. There we go. Look at this beautiful topology. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous girls. Oh my god. Perfect. Oh, gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Oops. And we can take this little butt. And then fold it. Oh, so good. So good, so good. Now we'll just average it out a little bit. Oh, maybe not this one. I want to consume it. You want to consume me, you little self? You little self? I think you're looking a little good. I might punch out this a little bit. So it feels a little flat, but you're looking. I'm going to tell you what, you're looking. Okay, bean 001. I'm going to clean this file on up. And delete this. We're going to edit. Delete all by type history. Increment and save. And then we're going to go and we're going to duplicate this. And then we're going to give you a bunch of geometry. No, we're not. I lied. Because we have to give you a holding edge. Yeah, I look delicious. Well, I'm glad you think so. Now, if I do this. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to duplicate it again. And then we're going to go to sculpting. And we're going to do the push and pull a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's look at your bean reference. My eye is frozen. Okay, there you go. Just want to bring your tuchus up a little bit. I could mask parts off not to touch, but I don't think I can. I kind of want to like round this out more. So like add in a bit more. So it's a bit more dome shaped. Actually, hold on. Is this the top? It is. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Let me just want your butt to be a little bit more butt shaped. I can't. I don't think this has soft select. I don't think it makes sense that if I would add soft select. Okay, I have to bring your butt in a little bit more so that way we can bring out the butt for your little buns. It's this side. I should do this side. Okay, can I crease this? Left. There we go. I want to make it more. Ooh. back in a little bit. I don't like how that worked. Ooh, how about this one? And then do this one again. Oh. What was the one I was using? I think it was this one. Trying to give you a little butt. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be, though. Okay, now I think we just need to move it to where it looks like cheeks. This is with the profile. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You've come just in time to see your beautiful little butt me made. I want to like slide this in. I want to slide it in, but I don't want to like flatten it. You know? Noodle. I'm buttered. Let me think. Oh, my neck. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of focus on like making it the best butt that it could be. So I think it would be like shaped like this. A little bit more out. Maybe smooth this a little bit more. Are you inference scan? There you go. Add a little cheek. I'm gonna be honest, the like topology is kind of like making me confused, but I think this is how a butt looks. Just make it out a little bit more. Bring it down a little bit more. Should have like the roundest little booty. Okay. How do I make it rounder though? I think it's gotta be like this. It's so odd shaped. Let me smooth it out a little bit. Is that better? It's a little bit better. It's a little off the mark though now. Let's see, how do we push this button without flattening it? Because I feel like this section needs to be... I love this song. I haven't heard this song in so long. What does this do? Smooth target tool? Interesting. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put him in a ZBrush because there's just a little bit of refinement that I want to give your little body. And I don't think I can do in Maya, so we'll put him in ZBrush. Pentagon. And calls in the Pentagon. There's not a lot of fun to... excuse me. They're gone. I kind of want to play Minecraft. I'm gonna play a little Minecraft. After we finish You as a Bean, though. Import bean. Okay. My box go away. It's a new document. No, this one. And then edit. And then... oh god, your booty looks so weird in this. Should I make you pink? Let's do a different... fast shader? Ew. No. Fuck. Alright. Oh, it's like shiny. Can we have one that's like a little less shiny though? Yeah, like that. Okay. I think I need to bring in this one actually. Import bean. Okay. Yeah, and then what have I done? What have I done? Okay. Make him into existence. Edit. That's so weird. I need the Z modeler and then crease. Then geometry. This one gotta be perfect. What were all the creases that we made? I think we gotta keep crease this one. Yeah. I can't take more walls. So like right here. I need to do import. I think it's this. Stream avatars. This one. And then I forgot what the thing is for it. I don't think that's what I want. I thought it was this one. Load spotlight. Oh, wait. No, it's this thing, isn't it? Gotta be perfect. Box texture. Huh? How do you add a reference into ZBrush? Add reference to ZBrush. Interesting. That's another way to do it. How do they do that? Let's see, append, plane. Or, well, we want to move the plane back. I'm not used to, okay. There we go. And then texture map. Give me the slip. Interesting. Why does it... Image... Why is it like Bitum? How do I make it color? Does it have to be solid image? Maybe it does. Hold on. This one and this one. It didn't work. That's so weird. Oh wait, it's because I'm stupid. Wait, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not stupid. Fuck. Texture. Adjust colors. Reset. Cancel. Okay, how's the other way to do it? I don't need no kid win. I don't know no joke. I don't keep your coming. Okay. Okay. Boop. Delete. Okay. Boop. I'll blow your fucking face away. forget which one is transparency. There we go. Okay. Okay. Morph. How do I lock this? Boop, 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 boop. How do I lock it? Oh. On? Okay, there you go. Okay, funky. Lasso. Oh, it's doing the thing it is, okay. Big, dirty, stinking bass. Intensity, draw, size, focal shift, this. No, this one. Intensity. How to creases ZBrush while sculpting. Actually, I think I might be stupid. Watch you make me fall in love. My daddy's tractor. Don't matter. I actually might be stupid. Hold on. Okay, whatever. Duplicate. Just gonna redo that. Make this one again. I might have been a little overzealous, but it's better than being not, I think, in my opinion. My heart doing me round with big ol' horn. Honky tonk. I don't want to bring this out just a little bit. Sculpting. Just a little bit. You have to probably bring it down just a wee bit. That's right here. Alrighty, and then move this button down a little bit. Your butt really wants to be up, but I need to bring it down. When you get to know, when you get to show, when you. Hi. Hard? I tried to sculpt him a little bit, but that was not the way to go. I think I got a shape.
Look at it from like a 3/4. Yeah, I think he leaves you thick, like wide, like this way thick.
This way thick? Yeah. So like...
Just squish him down. Maybe you want to keep like some of the baby, but...
Give it. So like...
Just kind of bring the front back.
Like that?
Yeah, that's a lot closer.
Why is it so hard to do? He's just a bean. Why is it so difficult for my brain?
I think it's also one of those things because the way you drew it is in kind of like a stylized cartoon way where it's kind of like facing the camera, but like the angles don't really matter.
That's valid. I mean, I have...
It's not really a profile view, if you say. Kind of like Mickey Mouse ears, how they're always facing the same way no matter how you look at them.
That's true. He's like Charlie from Smiling Friends. When he looks forward, he's got fucking 4 fucking eyes and it's fucking horrific.
Yeah. Same idea.
Yeah, because I made this.
Okay, so I think that the bottom's a little more swoop. Like the bottom has like a larger curve angle. And then the front as well. Like this angle and this angle are like the same, but this one's tighter.
So like that.
Yeah, like more in on the front top there and the front bottom.
But then it won't match this.
It's not going to because you're not looking at it from the same angle.
What?
Here, you could try turning the image plane like 45 degrees and then looking at him from 45 degrees with the image plane behind it. And then like move the image off to the side so that it's like behind him from the new view.
So is that how he's supposed to look?
So look at him from 45 degrees now. Like that. And then you want to put the image plane behind you.
Like, so it's like facing this way?
Because remember, like, this view is like an angle. Not following? Okay. That's okay. It was just an idea. You don't have to do it if it doesn't make sense to you.
Okay, yeah, butt up there.
Nice. Not in a huge rush, but when you have a second, could you look at the message I sent you and see if that works?
Okay, I can look at it right now.
Okay.
If you give me a snack.
What kind of snack you want?
I don't know. I never know. I just know I hunger. Closing in on our first threshold. Get a foothold and shine. How do we more updates for announcements? Do like 3 exclamation points at the end.
Yeah, so the idea is like I was just trying to send you like a template and then
I mean this is not bad.
Okay. But yeah, so my thought was essentially like for like future updates and stuff, it's like we could kind of send you like a guide and then like any of the information here that's like game information, like we could like provide to you and then you could help us like make it friendly.
Is there any way to mask stuff off while I do this?
How do you mean that?
Cause like I want this is like good, this head is good. But I just want to mess with the butt.
Without affecting the head?
Yeah.
I don't know if Maya has masking tools.
I don't think so. That's why I was gonna try to use
ZBrush,
ZBrush, but
Yeah, no, I think the only way to do that in Maya would just be to like to select vertices and then unselect vertices you don't want. Yeah, that would also work.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that in the first place. But...
I mean, to be fair, I didn't think about that either. I was more thinking about moving the camera. We could just move the guy. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna send you some stuff, but you can do it after you're done with this. Snap like salami.
Sure.
Cheese.
Sure. I don't like that it is pension chat right here. It's oh wait. Pension right here. I don't like that. Okay, well I don't want it to go in that much. Just like a little bit. Ooh. I think that's better. And then you got your little wumpus. Your little bod. This is gonna bug the shit out of me though. Why is it like this? Yeah, I guess that's better. Ow, 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 ow. Why, Jimmy, why? Now to add your little butt. Object. Oh, wait, no. Object. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. I just kind of want to bring this part, and then I think this part. Boop. I got the little batukas. Harden. Yeah, but then I gotta do like this, I think. But then I gotta remove it at the batukas part. So that way it can level out and it won't look weird in the smooth mesh preview. Object. What about object Z? Nope. That's the world Z, by the way. God dang it. God dang it! What the fuck? Oh, man. Okay. But. And then just, oops. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you make a little rump. Ooh, I don't like that. A flat roll. I need this one to move closer. Be a little butt.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta dip inward though. A little bit more in. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like it was just this part that needs to come in. Oop. There you go. Not a wide old butt though, brother. Should I have made the crease smaller? I might have made your crease a little big. I think that's okay. And then sculpting this one. Say you will fall again at all. Go. It's a little bod. Oh. Oh. Head up to the sky. Oh, a little bit more. Here we go. This one, -45. Okay. This one, rendering this one, poly surface this one, and a little bit of transparency. What up to this guy? I'll move it a little bit. Yeah, look at my little beanies. Oh, like the little rump. Oh, I forgot that it doesn't move it symmetrically anymore. There we go. I found frame of mind. There you go. There you go. Nom nom. Hold this milk. And then look at your little button there. What a glorious little Bootius Maximus. Okay. Duplicate. Whip 1. Whip 2 being 1. And then -45. What was this? Oh, whoops. It's this one. This one, this one, this one. Bean 1. And then -45. I think I'm going to make this even. So I am just going, in order to do that, I'm just going to fix this. Mirror X. Two vertices. And then boop, 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 boop. And for 4D. Okay, doesn't look any like it got over compressed, so. Oh no, it did. 0, 1. There you go. Maybe this will help. This shit's gonna make me mad. There's someone at our door and it's scaring me. Why don't I like this? Why can't it be nice and smooth? I think that helped. I think this one helped. It is that spot, right? Yeah. I guess little imperfections are okay. I just bit my lip. Ow. This is 0, 1. Ow! 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 I just bit my lip. Why am I being bonked? Okay, cool. No. Now you bit your lip. How funny, it hurt. It hurt, Sheppy. Bottom. Oops. Oops. From the start. There you go. Now he'll have one leg. You'll have one. I think that's how you'd work. And then if we did it... Okay, it says this leg is more forward and this leg is more backward, But then if I did that, you'd be like not the way you should be in the front, you know? In the front, you'd look kind of funky. The only way to make your legs wider apart would be like this. That almost worked. I'd say it could come out like here, and this one would come out as far as it can. And now we have your little legs. Nom, nom. I cannot see. History freeze. Milk. There we go. It is in the, I think. It is now in the body. No, the last thing I want to do is Boolean his legs together. Union. I think I need to reduce. Okay, not that. Please give. Oh yeah, because this is. Oh, okay, no, I confused myself. This one. And then every other one. Boop. I fucked it up. What do you mean? Oh, I skipped one. And this one can level here. This one can level here. In the darkness. This one's got to slide. I think that's okay. We'll duplicate, hide this one, take this and this, mesh, boolean, union. And then history free, center pivot. Ah, my boy. Oh god. And I drive you wild. Night. Ooh, this one's a toughie, huh? This one, and then this one. I know these would go here. This one would go here. Let's go here. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna go bed. Good night, Sheppy. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope you sleep uber wonderfully well. I don't know if you already technically gave me the good night bonk. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the good night bonkus. Good night. Good night. Hope you sleep wonderfully well. Oh. There is a point in here. Yes, there is. Alright, and then this one will go here. And this one will go here. Do 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 do. And then enter, and then this one goes here. That way. And come out. Okay. I don't know if that really helps. Does it do anything? I don't think so. Yeah, not really. But look at that, you have your little stumpy little leg now. I'm gonna remove this one. Add a new one. There we go. And then I would like it. Don't know if I can though. Maybe I could. If I went. Not really, actually. Unless I did it. Like. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna take these off. Okay. And now we're gonna do a little surgery chat. Okay, so this one. I think. Let me split this in half. These two connect. Why? Why can't I connect them? History free center pivot. Let me cut. Let me cut. No, it won't let me. Frick. Okay. Okay, I guess we're doing it. Oh, what the fuck? I gotta hide that from myself. Boop. Here, here, and then here, and then here, here, and here, and then this is where the issue comes in. Okay, okay, okay. And then I think we could fill the hole, right? And then we can do I think a thing like this. Yeah, we do it like this, and then we take it and we split it across. Give. What is happening here? What? Okay. There should be 3. Oh man, it's because mine is broken. Oh, fuck. Words on your lips. While I wait for that, I gotta do thing for Enshrined really quick. And the Kickstarter. Just want me to reword this. Want me to reword. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. Oh, that broke like everything else. If I do it again, would it fix it? It did. Whoa, weird. Off with thumbs wide open. Oops. There you go. You can let it in. There's no... Is there an advantage to do it? I don't think there is. Let me just... Oop. I know there has to be a reason. Nate the words that you cannot find, reaching for something in the distance. Almost taste it. Oops. Okay. This one, remove. This one. This one. This one, this one. This one, this one. Oops. My goodness. Okay. Do you have a person? Or just need to run there? Will reword. Okay, hold on. Corrupted hearts. I feel like corrupted could have a better word. Yeah, I don't like the word corrupted. Eldritch. Word for eldritch corruption. Word for corruption. I don't like the word corrupted. Unearthly hearts. Your continues to point. We're closing in on our first stretch goal. Ooh, thank you for the song request. The player's guide will be a one-stop shop for all players. All players to get a foothold on the world of Enshrined with everything they need to believe they understand what lies ahead, but no spoilers as to what's lurking in the future. We're going to bring you more, so stay tuned for future announcements. Changed corrupted to unearthly because corrupted felt weird. Made a little joke. But I believe that you're my savior. Cat put her beats on my legs, but I don't know if she wants uppies or not. I already closed the window. Sign. I got my new foldable keyboard. I got my new foldable keyboard for my tablet. Fuck yeah, that's cool. Is it like a folio kind of thing? I have one of those for my tablets. It's quite nice. Is you, please? I'm falling, running for you. I'm falling. What it's like to teach me wrong from right. What a folio is? Think of a folder. Think of a folder. Makes you feel like a hacker. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. Okay, that's better. It's better if these are triangles on. What it's like. Teach me wrong from right. Hi, Airdom. Welcome on in. I don't know if I should fix that or not. I think that helps. Oh my god. Maybe I did the wrong thing. Maybe I did the topology bad. It's maybe bad topology, but I don't know. It really looks bad. Alright, what about this way? I think that doesn't look as bad. How about this one? Me what it's like. Teach me wrong. There we go. Oh, what this is. There you go. What happened to your head? Oh my god. No. You have a hole in your head. No. Oops. Okay. Two edge perimeter. Remove. Alright. Now, history free, center pivot, mirror. Mirror. Are you there, God? It's me, Fiona. It's me, Fiona. Milk. Bean. You have been completed. Woo! I can get my phone or tablet in a press of a button. It's actually really nice. Ooh, I didn't know it could also do your phone. That's cool. That's cool. I love the cross compatibility. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for the safe check. Look at the bean is done. He just doesn't have arms. But I think arms are something that I'm gonna texture in. I think. I don't know. But he looks cute, so I'm not mad. New folder. Bean 3D. I'm gonna move this to stream avatars. So when I'm doing stuff on my tablet, I can hit BT1 and then go to my phone on BT2. Ooh. Ooh. So now I don't have to use a stupid keyboard on iPhone. Hell yeah, more space for the fingies. Alright, I think... I don't know what I want to do now. I don't know if I want to play Minecraft or not. If I want to play Minecraft, a little misfortune. Or do I want to do more art? I wouldn't be against doing more art, to be fair. Because I have Dragonlance tomorrow, right? No. Let me see. I don't even remember my own schedule. Yeah, so now I can use my phone to watch you and my tablet to do whatever. Woo! Yay! We love multitasking. Yeah, I think I could start Little Lake, right? How long is it? It's okay. Because we already did... Boop. I don't know why it's inverted. Okay, there you go. This one I did. Frambo I did. Yeah, this one's only a 5-hour game. So I think we could start it tomorrow and then play it on Friday. Yeah. Save, close. I'll do a little bit more art. Do I want to do the emotes? Not really. But I should put them in a folder for the spooktacular event. Do I want to do this art? Yay! Yippee! We love full screen mode. Or do I want to do this? Or do I want to do this? Or do I want to do something else? I don't really know. I did all my work stuff. I don't know what I want to do, chat. Would any of my debut asset workings on inspire me? Because I have to work on... No, it wouldn't. Right in here. Move this to Kickstarter. A good thing your phone's touchscreen, you know? Not all phones. Taylor, what is this? Are these strawberry covered M&M covered strawberries? You hear about YouTube going down today? I did not. What's going on? But this also looks like a murder scene. I feel like I'm supposed to see chocolate covered strawberries. I see a murder. I don't know what I want to do. Oh, I forgot I have to crash this. Better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. I could rock, paper, scissors myself. It surprised me too. It was down for a couple thousand people. Few news places picked it up too. Interesting. I did not know that. No, yeah, it was fine for me for the most part. Though I don't really use YouTube a lot unless I'm watching something actively, so... I don't know what I want to do. I'm actively watching you. Oh my, thank you. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I think I'm gonna try to draw, but how well it goes is to be subjective. And we're gonna go over here. It worked when I used it today. The mouse? The mouse? Are you talking about the mouse? God dang it. I didn't want to do that. Alright, hold on. I have too many buttons in the bad places. Blood, paint. Actually, those should go and fit, and it's fine. Maybe once more. Okay. Game show? There we go. Nope. Boop. Nope. This one and this one. There you go. Okay. Oh, YouTube, yeah. That's valid. Maybe, I mean, it seems like it wasn't for everyone, you know? So, it could have just impacted a big amount of people, just not us. Because we're the lucky few, you know? This one. Guys, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to try my fucking damnedest. I'm gonna see the back end of Elaine's stream. Huh? 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 The what? Or what a new canvas. I'll do this one. I think that'll be big enough. Frick Twitch, what the fuck? I want to see the lewd moo edit. Are you talking about the thing I was working on earlier? It might lag, but I can show it to you. Hold on. I don't think it was that lewd though. I think it's more implications of things more than anything else. Color, transparent. Ah, I didn't click it. Oh. Hold on. This one. I'll just do it like this. There you go. Oh, fuck. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What? How did this happen? I fucked it up. Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. Okay. Hold on. I need to move it. I thought it would be spicier, but then I like limited the resources I could use on it, and then it kind of became not as spicy, in my opinion. I mean, what do you expect from someone named Lewd Lemon? You got a point. Okay. I'm gonna pause the music really quick. Alright, I like the next song I was gonna play. That's fucking lagging. Oh, the cuck. Yeah, there you go. Who's the face? It's my face. Hey, my phone. It's okay. You'll be home soon. Then you won't have to use it anymore. There you go. It's lagging. There's a little secret in there. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back. Hold on. I can be like very small and then we won't have to move it. There you go. There. Yeah. I think it lags right here though. Cause like this part's supposed to be like this. But it lags because it's a very it's got a lot of stuff in it. It's got a lot of stuff in it. And so yeah. Oh my god, late at Holy Poggies. Yeah, I'll render it out and then I'll post it this weekend. But I think it's not bad. It's not as good as Pockies. And if you guys haven't seen Pockies, let me show you Pockies really quick. Pocky made an edit of us yesterday and it was too good. It was too good. Here is this one. I don't know. I was trying to get like this effect that he did of like these sunken in eyes. And I couldn't do it in DaVinci. Or I was like, I don't know how. I probably should ask Andrea, but like it was pretty cool. Is there sound for? Oh shit, yeah, it's the same song. It's the same song. Wait, hold on. Let me be small. It's really short too. Hold on. There. Boop. Like that fucking I love how the beginning and the end is a lot. Like this. It's just so cool. But yeah, the lovely Pocky made that for us because I was trying it and they're like, bet, let me do it too. And I was like, bet. And then they delivered that and I was like, fuck, I gotta try harder. So I did. Today I tried for like hours. I don't know how long, but it was longer than I'm willing to admit. Oh, what the fuck? My cat, like, what the fuck? There's like shit on my tablet, and I don't know where they're coming. Tried so hard, you broke it? Yeah, I lagged my computer out a bit. But it's alright. It's alright. Now I'm gonna try to draw something else that I'm not very good at, but ain't no harm in trying. Does this one have a lot of brush variants? How about this one? Not really. Okay, cool. I want to make the brush bigger though. I honestly love video editing, but never ever do it because video editing software is so goddamn fucking expensive. You try DaVinci, man. They have a free version. The only real difference that the free version has is some effects and auto captioning. Otherwise, it's really good. Like, the free version's actually really good. I don't know how I want to do this. I guess I should plan out the head, or should I just start drawing? I think I should just start drawing. I don't have any of my references open, because I closed my PRF. Put this on top, always on top. So I had a 12-hour shift the past 3 days. I'm gonna head to bed. Night there, Dom. I'm sorry you had to work so much, but I hope you sleep wonderfully well. We'll focus on this one. I like the fluffiness of this one a lot. Secret can keep secret. I don't know how to draw. I don't know how to draw, but I'm gonna try anyway. There's a key to draw it, I heard. It's that you gotta keep your lines simple when you're sketching. I don't know what. Might have to do some more. Get good. I'm just saying, video editing on DaVinci is really good, especially with its free version. No real views. That's valid. No Valorant, and it's part of the plan, so work isn't too bad. Just need the monies is all. That's all understandable. That's understandable. I don't know how I'm gonna do the nose, because I don't want to just do lines. I don't know, dog. Maybe I don't know how to do the mouth I want to do either. I have like an idea in my head. Oh man, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. I was like, wait a second. I also want this to be like less though. I should keep this straight. You know, like an mouth. Let's see what I can pull off. I believe the over into the next year I'll be working on a company of sorts. Like if it'll be an LLC or what, but we'll find out. I am excited, Erdem, for whatever comes of it. I am excited. I want the eyes to be big. I want big ol' eyes. Plus, I'm gonna start getting really busy once I get home. Yeah, you're gonna be streaming, and it'll be exciting. Why can't I click this one? Okay. Hopefully my new project will take off once I start getting into it and all the new stuff I'm going to add. I believe. Remember, do it for the love of the game. Do it for the love of the game. I should have done markers. Boop. 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 I don't know. I'm trying to make guidelines, but I don't really know how guidelines work. I don't really know how anything in art works, really. I think this is more like this, and then this like this. I had to guess. Hanging in someone's stream. That's okay. I'm more open to those kind of things than I know other people are, but that's okay. I hope that the project you have will be a fun time for you. I want to do upturn or downturn eyes? I like upturn eyes. Or like in the middle, I guess. I do. I just asked for 5 viewers as well. Just having active 3 viewers or so. I can have meetings after affiliate. That makes sense. It's just I know a lot of people focus on the numbers. It can get rough. It even happens for me sometimes where I get a little too focused on the numbers instead of doing it for the love of the game. And that's the hard part. I don't know what you said. It was okay last time. I just find it rude. No, you're fine. It makes sense. You're totally okay. I really like how they do eyes. I wish Womble was awake. Womble's sleeping. Oh, Womble's help. I don't know what I'm doing. But I think it's just time to fuck around and find out. I don't like that. And then I think that'll help. And last time I did it was actually quite nice, but I ended up quitting after a friend and I had a pretty harsh falling out. Understandable. That's understandable. I know quite a few people that like had stopped streaming because of something that happened with a friend, so that's completely understandable. Boop, boop. Crucify, crucify. I don't know if this makes sense. I think I made the top part too. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's take a blue, and I'm gonna go back to the brush that I normally like to use. This is not that brush. There you go. Alright. I don't know how artists do this. Maybe they start with the inside, actually. I like that. Yeah, she just convinced me to start doing it because she liked my voice, and so after we stopped talking, I had no motivation to do it. But with my new ideas and things I want to add, I'm getting excited to do it again. Fuck yeah. And hopefully, you know, it'll last longer because you're doing it for you. That's a big thing with streaming. You gotta do it for yourself more than anyone else. That's how habits are formed. You do it for you and not for anybody else. I lied, I'm not in bed. That's okay. You doing okay? Everything okay, Shippy? A new layer. And then I want the eyebrow to kind of like follow the shape of the brow, I think. I think I did this a little bit wrong. Maybe I should sketch the rest of the guidelines, huh? On the world someday you got blood on your face. And all over the place. Do. That a little bit tall, I think, but that's the major point across, I think. Let's see how it looks without it. Could be a little bit better, but not the worst. You got blood on your face. Yeah, lol, was kind of funny too. She begged and pleaded for me to get us to a smart reading club. That's crazy. That's crazy. Did you ever end up doing that? I don't think that that is the worst. I think that this side should come out a little bit more, though. Speaking of, I think I might try to do 24 hours, see how the guy goes, do some DVDs, some BF6 or something. That, I mean, good on you if you can do it, but please make sure to take care of yourself because that is not something to take lightly. That shit's tough. Not saying that you can't do it, but you can really wreck yourself if you're doing that. Especially if you have any health concerns. I don't know, I hated smut back then. Rip. Rippy dippy. What the fuck? Where is this bottom half? Oh shit, did I draw it on the wrong layer? Where did this go? Oh, I did. Man. Man. What the hell? Oh man. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, that was looking odd. It's not bad. I make this part a little bit more chiseled, but I don't think that's the worst. Well, just for the kind of back to streaming, it isn't going to be something I do often since it's like celebrating me coming back. That's valid. I'm just saying, like, 24-hour streams are how would I put it? I don't even do 24-hour streams anymore. I did it once and it was hard. And the only reason I was able to get through it was because I had friends who played games with me, and then I had someone to give me food and make sure I didn't fucking starve myself and forget. I'll take this out.
Open
Hello, Raiders. Welcome on in. Hello. How was your stream? How was your stream? Hi. How was your stream? How was the art? What did you get doing with art? Were you working on your wonderful riggings or your wonderful animated alerts? I love your animated alerts. They are very cute. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you have fun chilling here. I'm learning how to draw again. Good. Oh, it was at the teaching stream where they teaching how to rig. That's cool. It was great. It was a 5-hour stream. I taught someone to make their own VTuber model. Fuck yeah. Very kind of you. Very cool. I hope you had fun doing that at the very least. I'm trying to figure out how to draw again. I don't know. Every time I come to draw, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but that's just how it feels every time I try to draw. It's like, I don't know what I'm doing. We made one and it was scuffed VTuber model. Very cute. Hey, I think some of the best models are scuffed models when you think about it. Or little baby models. I know a lot of people like big models and stuff, but like, I think chibi and scuff models can be really expressive and make the best memes. Also, I feel like they give, like, they're less pressure when you're in them. When you're piloting them, you're like, oh, I got less acting. At least that's how I feel. Were you using Blender? They were in Live 2D, my guy. They were in Live 2D. The eyes are off. Ah! How did I make the eyeballs so far off? I don't know, but yeah, totally making stuff videos can make funny ha-has. Yeah, and also I think they're fun because you can make like more silly props with them. And perfection can be the best art. Yes, indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Alright, I need to wind down, but I'll stay on for a bit. I can do 5 hours. I can't do 5 hours. My body aging. I was like, aging body. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. No problem. Feel free to get rest. Your health is the most important to us. I think. I don't. I guess the eye would be here. I think. Bonk, bonk. Are you winning? I'm trying. I'm trying my damnedest, but something ain't making sense in my brain. Okay, let's try that. You're using little markers because I think that makes sense in my brain. Your model's so cute. I love the tail. Oh, thank you. My model is made by the wonderful Ozumi Wizard and Jersey BZ. It was my rigger. And they're both amazing people. You should definitely check them out if you haven't. I love them very, very much. I'm trying to learn art good so I can be just as good as my parents. Oh, well, I have to go now, Moo. It was fun chatting. See you tomorrow. Good night, Lude. Good night. Oh, Beezy. Yeah, Beezy's the one that rigged me. Anyway, I need to head out now. I love you all. A good night, Leonidas. Thank you for stopping by from the raid. Really appreciate you chatting. Have a wonderful night. These eyes are so off. I don't know why. Okay, if I put them here and then here, it's like even with the image, but it's like wonky and whoa, even wonkier. Oh. I think I might have made my guidelines wrong. I think I made my guidelines wrong. I think this one's fine. I think it's this one that's like messed up. You know what the problem is? This eye is squinting and this eye isn't. No! Oops. Base it off the eyebrows, maybe? Yeah, I think that works. Base it off the eyebrows. Tee. I think this is fine. I think this is okay. Okay, now let's turn this off. Honestly, I wonder if it's the eye itself. Is it the eye itself? Imagine it's just the eye itself that's been messing me up. I mean, it kind of was. If we look at it, it kind of was. But also, a little bit this way. And a little bit lower. Fortune Marsdy? Fortune Marsdy? Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Feel free to let us know how your day is going or what you're up to today. I think that's not bad. Day like day. Okay, Fortune Mars Day. Thank you for correcting me. I don't know my lefts from my rights most times, so I appreciate you correcting me. Okay, so we have that layer that I think looks okay. It's hard to tell because I think the ear is here, but I don't really know because I'm not this person. Honestly, real, I too mix up I'm on God. If I was chosen by some unearthly being and they're like, you could get one tattoo for free, it won't hurt, I honestly would get left and right tattooed on my hands, like a little L on my like left hand in between like where the little chubby part between the first finger and the thumb. I get an L there, and on the opposite hand, same spot, I'd get an R. Unironically, I forget what I look like. I don't know if anybody else has this issue. It's like the minute I'm not able to see the thing that I'm working on, or like the thing that I'm referencing, I forget what it looks like. And maybe it's just because that's just the way I have no object permanence. Because I could see that, honestly. I feel bad because I feel like how low I'm going to draw these bangs is going to make it look like she's got a really big forehead. I mean, we could kind of measure it, though. So, like, you could technically measure it this way and then this way, I think. It needs to be continuous, but I also get the struggle of learning to draw. I'm not this type of artist, I fear. Dude, that's on God, that's me. I like doing a lot of 3D art and I like doing very basic rigging, but 2D art's very hard for me, but I at least want to try. Oh, I remember the other thing I was gonna do today. She has a forehead. Do you know that you can measure how big your head is by the top of your eyebrow to the line of your head with your fingers? I have a two head, 2.5 head. My fingers, my hairline to my brows is like 2.5. They have a forehead though. They have 4 fingers, I think. I gotta have well-rounded skills. Sometimes you don't have skills in some things just to trade them for others. 2.5 head, yeah, dude. That's why my brain is so crouched. That's why I'm a little ooped. That's why, like, sometimes if you stick around, you'll learn that I can't actually read. I skim really hard. And then I'm often wrong. And then I'm like, whoa. How could this happen? And it's like a lane because you didn't read. I'm like, oh. I tried to read. It's just hard. Nobody cried. Okay, with how this works, I don't need to draw all of my hair, and I need to remember that. Every time I have drawn my hair, I always draw the fucking full-ass thing, and then I end up covering, like, half of it. Which is, like, kind of a problem. Reading is hard. I'm an English major, and I struggle to read. English is hard. Dyslexia go burr. I don't have dyslexia, but I'm probably just a bit illiterate because I just choose not to read. I don't know if that's illiteracy. I feel like illiteracy is just choosing not to read, you know? He that you see is... Are you here? They don't deserve you. Okay, this side would need to be drawn, though. My head was underwater. Okay, and then... go... Oh, wait, I think I did the hairline off. Oh, I did the hairline off because this is supposed to be this. No, because literally I got to head out, but have a good stream. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for chatting with me. Have a wonderful night. I was fucked up. So I was like, the hairline is wrong. But people can shift their hairlines. They can shift it. They could be over here if you want. You could have a comb over if you wanted. Almost just shifted everything for that idea. That was a little spooky. 'Cause I'm here, no one will hurt you. No one will lie here, but you could learn to. If I could change the way that you see yourself. How do I get drawn a lot of the time? It's just like tufts. Just tufts. Okay, cool. I just have little tufties. Straight to my head, what would they say instead? again. If they knew what they said would go straight to my head, they say instead. Alright, and then this one goes down here. And then this one goes out. And then comes back in. No, I'm no good for you. I've learned to lose, you can't afford to. It's gonna come here, and then we're gonna bring this out a bit more. We done. Oh, nothing ever stops you leaving. Oop. I like it like that. Too much already. I'll only hurt you if you let me. Move this side. I think my head's gonna have to be a bit, like my hair's gonna have to be a bit rounder. The party's over. How did they do? Okay. I'm on my own. I say I like it like that, like it like that. Doesn't look bad. Just gonna draw out the body really quick. So I think the shoulders come out here. So they kind of matter a little bit for this drawing. And then let me get a different color. Let's try the nose. Watermelon stamped into your driveway. I don't know if I want to do it like that, if I want to do this. Inside me. Okay, a few things to note. And I shove all this in here. I'm dying, is what I wanted to say. No, but actually, we're gonna come in and we're gonna squish stuff. So I don't like how tall the head is. You already miss me. That's not too bad. Maybe the nose can go up just a little bit more. Fuck the rest of them. I'm just gonna lower the opacity just a little bit so I can keep sketching. And take this. I'm gonna draw the hands a little bit. Oh my god, can you see? Because I'm drawing on the wrong layer. I was like, wow, this is such a light color. It's soft. There's a nail. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Bite with your hands pinned. I might give you. Boop. It's not the worst. How does my hand look? I have a thing that goes like this. I don't know if you draw that though. Actually, I should draw this one. Boop. I think this one could be a little daintier. Boop. And maybe like a little bit there. There we go. And then let's see what this looks like. Because I should probably use black to do a pretend shade, huh? How would I do this? Oh. And I do like drink water, guys. Oh, thank you for the water checkup, Computer Jeans. I hope you're doing well. There we go. I have drinkest of my water. I don't know if this is how I want to do it, but at least it's something to test. I don't like it. Dang, that's a cute streamer, Nutters. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think maybe I'll just do this part. Like just a little nose. I didn't know you yet. Because technically this part's too short, but how no shade? No shade by do this up. So like this. Thank you for the lurk. Nose is rather big though. Let's make it smaller. Doop. And then there's a thing here. As on the feather. I'll make this darker. Oops. And forever. Baby. Can't wait to know. No, go back here. And then just fill this in like this. Hey, baby. to know. I have a band-aid here, so. Boop, 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 boop. And then maybe like an extra eyelash here and here. This. I don't think that's the worst. I don't think that's the worst sketch I've ever done. It's pretty good. And then my chunky little ears. Actually, I might not even do this. I might not do the band-aid. I just put the scar here that I have. And then whoop. I get like a little, and then we'll have like an earring here, an earring here, but maybe a chunk was bitten out of our ear. So I'm a zombie. Shunk, shunk, shunk. And a bite was taken out of here. Oh my goodness, my ear. It has been bitten. No. Yeah, because I don't really have anything on that ear. Ow, 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 ow. Why the bonk? Why the bonk? Why the bonk? I don't think I really warranted it this time either. Ow. Just making myself a zombie. That's all wrong. I think I made my horns a little far out, though. Whoop. Whoop. Because you're so cute. Alright, I guess I can accept that. And I want my, like, curly thing to be, like, bent. I want it to be, like, bent. Like someone stepped on it bent. Wait for the head pat. My brain cell feels so much better. How do you make the hoge? Yeah. I want it to look bent, like broken, like a broken antenna. I think I gotta do it like, hold on, maybe do it. When I do new shapes of hoges, it's like I have to do the center line. And this part could be go like this. And like that. I kind of like that. So big though. So maybe I'll bring it in a bit. It looks like its own claw. Ooh. Good. This is supposed to be my Halloween drawing. Was that gonna... Okay. So, and then... make my hair a bit messier. I know you have good judgment. Promising that you're different. I know those things, but just don't. Oh God. Give me this. There we go. Alright, that's not bad. For a sketch that I'm doing basically off the dome with a reference that I found on fucking Google, I'm doing pretty alright. Now let's see if I can sketch the rest of it. That got cut out. This was so nice. I want at least a little bit of booba. Yeah, it goes with the neck. Tears when I just did. Oh! Oh, airdom. Don't say that. Oh! Sorry, someone turned their car on outside of my fucking window. And it's loud as fuck. Fucking asshole. I don't know why their car has to sound like that. Okay. But airdom's right, we gotta flip it. Airdom's right, we gotta flip it. Hey, you know what? It's not the worst. I think this needs a little bit more of a tilt. Or maybe I'm wrong. Wait, hold on. There's something wrong with the eyes. I think. Because when I look at it this way, it looks right. And when I look at it this way, it's like almost right. I think it said this actually needs to come out a bit more. Not that far. I think it's actually this. It's fine. We're all lopsided one way or another. I was so afraid. Like, I know, but like sometimes, you know, when you flip art and it's just like a whole other drawing. I was very afraid that that was gonna happen. That's not the worst, though. Well, that's not bad. I was so afraid, Airdom. I had totally forgotten that, like, fucking flipping the canvas is a thing. Oh. I thought we were really gonna be out here catching me lacking. But we're okay for now. And do too bad. Alright. That's not the fucking worst, chat. I think I did pretty okay. Maybe the mouth could come a little. Nope. Mouth's gotta stay there. I don't think that's the fucking worst, though. It's fine. I forgot to do something like that for a good part of me learning how to draw. It was a rough learning curve. That's valid. Halloweener. It's midterm season. Y'all studying fruitfully? Fruitfully? Okay. Alright, I want to do a little bit more. Oh, I've only been streaming for 7 hours. Yeah, we can do some D&D prep after. I do add some zombie marks. What the hell, I'll be in good company. I have midterms with a passion, as after midterms everything goes downhill. You think so? How come? I'm gonna go no further. Nothing disgusted by her. Who's embittered? Alright, I want to clean this sketch up a bit. Oops. Rasterize. So I can show it to Womble. And Womble can grade me on how well I did. Probably gonna get at least a C, I think. I hope. I'm bad. G ping fired. Professors who pay to learn from are busy because they're teaching like 5. Oh, that's valid. That's valid. Yeah, it can be hard, especially if you're not like good at like self-teaching in a way. Because a lot of the times I've learned that I've had to, you know, be self-taught in a lot of things. Go away. Okay. I don't think this is fucking bad. Honestly, I kind of like this chat. I don't know how I did this, and I hope I can do it at least one more time in my lifetime, but it'll all depend. It'd be very funny if I send this to Womble and he's like, canvas bigger, booba more. Yeah, that'd be very funny. Because you know what? I wouldn't blame him. I really like drawing boobs. I want to be good at drawing boobies. I think it's a fair motivation to have. Why I am self-teaching, I'm paying to learn cries and post-college trauma. No, that's valid. It's just not all teachers can teach in a way that works for all students, you know? It also depends on how much you ask for help. Finally showing my video assignment. Woohoo! Good job. I'm proud of you. Great, great, great. Do you like how it came out? Hold on, I have to go into zombie mode. I forgot what I look like as a zombie. Not that one. There you go. Okay, I got like that strap, and then five pages of APA. Oh fuck! Good job. Just green with jam. Green with jam, indeed. I wish the time limit wasn't so low. I had to condense 34 to 15 minutes. Damn, yeah, that's always the worst, is when you have to condense stuff like that. But I'm glad you did it. It reminds me of like how with my college assignments when I was doing 3D modeling for video games, we would always have this like a polygon limit. So it's the amount of polygons you can have, and if you have more than that, you get docked a grade. And I always hated it. I hated it so much, only because there were so many like, it wasn't even because like I wasn't good at like keeping my stuff optimized. It was mainly because I had so many little details I would want to add, and I would always try to make an argument with my teacher to be like, just give me a few more polygons, please. And I'd always have to argue for them because like, I don't want to be capped. Let me be free. Yeah, but that's the challenge, is to do more with less. And I would always want more, and so it was a hard time, but like it's a good thing to be able to practice that kind of control, because in a lot of video games you have to be able to do more with less a lot of the times. But I was always one to at least try to fight the system. It's about making a model that can be used. Doesn't matter how good it looks if it's unusable. But I had cute ideas. Pixels, look at this. Look at my sketch. Doesn't it look like something? It looks like something, doesn't it? I think it looks pretty good. People forgot there's a limit for games? Yes. A lot of game studios do not try to limit their shit, and it gets rough for a lot of computers. It's looking, you cooking. Thank you. I kind of want to keep going. On God, I kind of want to keep going. I might keep going. I don't know how the fuck this mouth is going to work, though. On God. I don't know how this mouth is going to work. Because it's like a grrr. But everything else looks kind of fine. I'll look up a grr mouth. Grr mouth. Yeah, like this. Like a like a Can we look up anime? Like Ew, what the fuck is that? That's so gross. Like a I guess I just did it a bit too extreme, maybe? I can't even imagine the amount of stuff they used for Arcane to make it to where it took a... The animation... Vampire grr? I don't know. Any grr? Animation, it doesn't matter as much. Because no one else has to use it outside of the people that have to render it. So most times, animation isn't optimized. And that's why it's actually really hard for animators, and there's specifically a difference between game animation and like Pixar animation. Maybe I should do it like this. Hold on, let me erase this mouth. This looks so cute though. I'm like cooking. Beep. Boop. Oh my god, I've never been able to do this where like I like my sketch and then I can just fuck with the little... with the mouth. If I want to do something like... Because post-processing? Mainly because like rendering... like... rendering... an animation makes like, you're not really rendering the geometry itself. You're kind of taking a picture of it in a way. So it doesn't really matter how well you optimize it sometimes. Should you still? But yeah. No, it's because video games are rendered in real time and movies and animation are rendered over a period of months or on render servers. Yeah. Both. Both, in my opinion. I feel like that moment in Family Guy where Lois is like, Peter, how are you doing that? Lois, I don't know. I'm scared. That's how I feel right now. I'll make good teeth. I'll be taking 3D classes next year. If you need any help, Star, please let me know. I'd love to help if you need anything at all. I'm so excited. That's so cool. That's not how teeth work. Oh no. Imagine renting something for a month. It's a thing. I did the mouth. I don't know how I did it, but there's not gonna be no lips if I put that there. Yeah. How make lip? This one don't have lip. I want lip. You can make the teeth push on the lips. That's true. That's true. Yes, thank you for offering. It will be my first time, but I'm trying to learn. Fuck yeah, I got you. Slight bulge. Yeah, maybe. I just want to see how lips would look. This is really hard because I don't like this color. Okay. How do lips work? Oh, I like this. The softness? Maybe I do that instead. I have always liked the kind of like princess pouty lip. But like then maybe we have it go up a little bit cuz like the tooth. How do you draw mouths? Yeah, cuz you're going to have that little bit of a dip. Because if I want to draw the lip, there should be a little bit of a dip here. Maybe I just dip it down. It's not the worst. I mean, that's not the worst, I think. She just needs... I see a red mustache. Sorry. No, it's okay. It makes sense. Okay. Mouth. Okay. Okay, maybe... I don't know if I'm doing this right. Because I think, like, with the ways I've seen people draw mouth, who's this cutie you're drawing? It's me! I'm trying to draw myself! How do you think that it's cute, though? Okay, so... Okay, maybe let's not think about the bottom teeth for now. Okay, and then I will just... Nope, stop it. Because I like it when the teeth poke out. I think it's really cute when the teeth poke out. But not so sharp. Very well-groomed mustache. Thank you. I do try my damnedest to take care of my mustache. I think I made that too thin. I think I put the tooth too far. I think the tooth needs to go here. I think the teeth a little crooked. Is it not crooked? Oh, it's like off. It's so off. Hold on. Oops. This tooth is so crooked. No. This tooth is crooked. I have crooked teeth. Is it supposed to be like that? No. Is it supposed to be straight? It might have to be straight. Oh. Oh. Almost. Oh, got punched in the face for saying rar. Yeah, I did. I was like, rar XD. And then I got punched in the fucking face. That's not the fucking worst, bro. Can we make the fangies like a... My fangies are a bit bigger, though. Make it a little bit bigger. Make them a little bit bigger. And a little bit rounder. Okay, well now they're not as cool. They're not as cool because I made them baby. Alright. Last thing I asked was if he would kiss it. Pixels, would you kiss my drawing? Bro, teeth are hard. How do you draw teeth? The teeth are fucking this up, man. Oh, man, I'm so upset. The teeth are fucking this up for me. What the fuck? How do you draw teeth? How to draw anime teeth. I need one of those breakdowns. How to draw teeth. Make a weird ovally guy. Okay, hold on. Hold on, we're gonna use this as a reference. Hold on. Copy image. Okay. Step 1, make a weird ovally guy. Kind of weird ovally guy. We made a guy. All right. 2, bold mouth corners. Okay. Okay, I'll do that. Okay. Hi, Moon. How are you? Welcome on in. Scribble where the chompers are going to go. I guess like this. Maybe a little bit more like that, I guess. I don't think I have, or maybe bottom teeth. I don't know, bottom teeth? I don't want to do bottom teeth. I'm good. How is you, Chica? I'm good. Think of angle of chompers? Yeah. I think. Yeah, I mean, they match this. So far, it matches, I think, this. Thank you guys for being here with me while I'm trying to fucking go down the... Oh, no. I think that was... Yeah, it's like this. Okay. Follow your scribble to draw the sharp boys. How? You're just interjecting sharp boys? Like that? Go alone. Okay. And then... Can I make a tongue? I think that's not the worst. Fill in black. Oops. Do a light pass. Okay, does that look good with the lips though? Okay. No, I see. The lips are a little bit off. That's my problem. The lips are off. So it's like, okay. No, I see. Because we need to make it line up here. And like this. And then I can add the lower thing back in. I think I want to do that. Yeah, I do. Okay. I don't know if I'd do that. I think I would just have the lipstick follow the line. Okay, well, thanks for opening my door, Moira. Welcome in. Do I... It's like a little bit off. Let me reset this and then... I don't think that looks fucking bad. I have to wait to see what Womble says, because he's gonna judge me on this. I think maybe I made the lips a little too fat. But I got fat lips. Thank you for the save check. Save. Thank you. Okay. Okay, but what if I added a tongue? Hear me out, though. I don't know how to draw a tongue either. How to draw... Okay, how to draw anime tongue. Oh, there's no point. There's no step by step. Need a step by step here. Oh, interesting. This one's different. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I think I just gotta go for it. I think that's what it's telling me is I just gotta go for it. It's like a heart. Yeah, it's like this, right? It'd be wider though, right? But it's getting pressed in by my teeth, I guess. Yeah. Wait. You can only draw... I oddly can draw a tongue. Some okay tongue. I find it hard to start... I find it best to start with a round upside down heart or more triangle. Okay, so like... Wait, like... But like, what if I want it to stick out. I want her to be like... You know? I don't know if this is gonna work this way, but we're gonna try it. Maybe not up so much. I don't know. Because we're biting on the tongue, the lip would, or the tongue would kind of rise into the teeth. And then... If you want the tongue to be sticking out, the mouth is usually a tiny bit more open. Oh. I can learn you can animate room lights. Pog? That's fucking cool. Okay, hold on. We'll make a different version of the mouth. Hold on. Let me make a different version of the mouth. Alright. So then... Let me just erase the inside section of this. Now that I think I might do a tongue. Oh. Changes. We're gonna try both. We're gonna try both. Sawyer Hill, my beloved. You know Sawyer Hill? Oh my god, yes, bro. Like, no one I know, like, listens to Sawyer Hill. That makes me sad. Okay, we're gonna take this and go like, oop. I gotta bounce. Saw you and wanted to say hi. Good luck, Whirly Pop. Thank you. I appreciate you. And then let's take the tongue and bring it down a little bit more. Okay, wait. Yay, so good. Not a single miss so far. That's what I'm saying. All right, we gotta look up some nasty tongues. I think my tongue's like a pretty good reference, but okay, so it would be a bit more, I think, like this. Do I like it more open? This would become thinner, I think, because the mouth is more open. And then let's make the, whoa, not the black. No, I said not the black. To the breakdown mouth. Like that. Alright, now I gotta do them side by side. Okay, so how I'm gonna do that is I'm gonna just take this. Bump. I have to erase the black. Wait, we should make like multiple versions actually. Boop. So this one will be without the tongue. And this one's like with the tongue. But like the tongue is being bit. Okay, wait, I gotta draw the line. I gotta draw a little line. Okay, there's that. And then there's this one. Just gonna erase the parts you can't see. So it does get a little confusing. Okay. I don't know which one I like more. It's hard to tell because they're not all on the same background. Okay. Which one do we choose? I think though, a little bit, this one, the tongue could come a bit more down. Like this, like a little bit more like this. Maybe a little bit flatter here. I don't know, I think the tongue's fun, but I think it looks a little weird. Let me look at more references. Blech. Look at all these lewd mouths, my goodness. I feel like it's because this tongue isn't like wide enough. Nope. Weird. I kind of want to do the tongue. I think I'm gonna do the tongue. So we have this version, V1, sketch 1, and then we have V2, and then V3. And then we'll call these the whips. We'll lock it and turn it off, and then we're gonna center this guy back. And then maybe this needs to be flatter. I don't know if I want to make it more exaggerated. Should I make it more exaggerated? Or should I flick it forward a little bit? I think I made the tongue too long, maybe. if it's because, like, I don't really know. Maybe with my lostness, I should ask Womble before I get too far into it in college. I'd be like, I just all look it's so good, and then I do it, and then he's like, oh, you should have done this. Yeah. Boop. Critique. Drawing. The tongue is weird, but I did my best. Cool. Alright. Boop. Okay. I'm gonna stream a little bit more. I'm gonna work on the D&D stuff I want to do for the 31st. So you guys get a sneak peek of what's gonna happen. Alright, so this one. And then I need to open Foundry. Okay. Step right up. As a mini expansion for the modular adventure. Yup. Yep. I know this. The gross transform disaster, the terrain roller coaster. Yeah, I remember these. Quest hunt. Characters might someone want to honk a morning park during their adventure in Funtopia, or you may guide them using one of the hooks below. Choose whichever. Okay. Head wound Harvey is all zones. Oh, hammer time. While camped, the characters are approached by a hunched, plague-born woman who introduced herself as Bixie, daughter of the renowned blacksmith from the province of Bubonia. Let me look something up. Nobody gives a fuck. Bubonia, what have you done? I am your son, Golly. I guess I'm gonna have to like comp it out, but that's fine. After hearing the exploits, Pixie is sought after the characters. Those are the hammer hand, powerful weapon formed from the Amazon stuck in. Do I want to do that one or do I want to do this one? Because I think this one is this one. Yeah, they don't. I don't think they have an icon for Bixie, so I guess we'll just use this one. I guess. Okay. I'm traveling the journey are interrupted by a thread one cloud wobbling on top. I'm sorry. Shuttles's knife, sword, axes, other dangerously tossable and balls. His skill is visibly pierced by a small sword. This one is hard. Head wound Harvey, Barb Devil. And he's been sent by Chuckles to curse potential recruits that interest him. Chuckles saw you in Spinny Mary last. Said you look funny. Said you look ready. And here is flaming credit. And we don't. One for each character. He insists they accept then, using his hurl flame action to deliver the fun tickets till he is destroyed or dies trying. Roll initiative. President Harvey dissolves once destroyed, leaving no other clues behind. The next time the character finishes, if you want clutching the still one in the middle one, no takesy backsies. Okay. They have an image of the ticket? I don't think they do. Okay. What the fuck? This is just. There you go. I wonder. Honk. interesting. Did I update this guy though? Check for update. Begin download. Oh, right. That's why I couldn't update it last time. Okay. Run as admin. Okay, so we'll probably do that one, which means I probably want to get a token. They don't have one in the here, do they? Oh, so it would be V2. PNG. Oh, I see how they did this. And the game trying to take and blunder. Does not look like it, which is fine. Okay, boop. Check for update. Begin download. Okay. Okay, so if I just grab this, and then I take this, and I make a new folder in here called Honk Legion, and I go to pictures. This is done. Put this button out of theirs. Like icon slash maps. Those from the PDF. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. What? Oh my god, wait, what? Stable release? Okay. I really wish I could use the tokens in the thing, but that's okay. Save image as. This one. This is going to be Head Wound Harvey. Why is it still an update to 13.3? Okay. Okay. Boop. You are currently. How do I get to that version then? Says it could take a long time, but it already did it. I'm very confused. Okay, back to the thing. Yep. We got that. And if Pico is entered, if Pico is center of the fun interest and fun top is the center within Pico, and Crazy Town Hell is the center of the throne. And then the meeting is full of encounters, both crazy and spontaneous. To make one for the Honk and Goose. These are tickets? think so. And then this is the map. Greets. Okay. How do I have to restart it, maybe? Found. Oops. Interesting. Okay. I kind of want to update it. Create document. It is 3.5 but cannot be installed within the foundry virtual table because it requires an update to the core dependency only by reinstalling. Okay. Set the cookies. Boop. Recommended release. Windows. Download. Save. This week, greets visitors with a nervous energy, accepting one fun ticket per guest. In exchange, he insists on stamping each character so they won't be hassled by what he calls the honk walkers, who make sure everyone is having a good time. If anyone refuses a stamp or attacks Pip, he squeaks and summons one stamped with a loud. Pip hands each character a visitor map, then reads "You are here" on the back. No, the honk morning park and attractions, fun tickets, okay. The character leave, Pip's ways, enjoy your stay. Keep your arms and legs inside the park at all times. Ticket booth sales, characters can get more fun tickets from a cluster of seemingly empty ticket booths that crowd one side of the main entrance. Each ticket that appears to be a normal strand of fun tickets. The coil snaps if they attempt to grab it. Interesting. Interesting. One creature can pull fun tickets with a coil and follow as a creature. Interesting. The Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing. While bloodied, a coil attacks anyone nearby until it's destroyed. Go to the honk and circle the burning edges. That's a read aloud. Talkie is okay. Do we have? Oh, that's the beginning. We have that one. Do we not have? Oh no, it would be with the. I forgot. It would be with the tokens of. It would be in the about section of each character. Ooh, balloon doggy. Yeah. It's unfortunate that they didn't make tokens for this, but that's all right. That's all right. All right, let me do a thing. I'm gonna keep on dancing in the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing. Okay. Gonna go eat now. Good night, P. Sleep well. I think I probably should get off here myself as well. Because I have to download stuff and I don't know if that's gonna make me restart my computer or not. So I think we'll call it here for tonight. Who are we gonna go raid? I'm gonna go raid Gore. I couldn't read for a second. Yeah, we'll go raid Gore. I don't know how long they'll be streaming for, but we'll go raid them. I hope you guys had fun today. Tomorrow we'll be playing Little Misfortune all day and then going into Dragonland. So I'm excited for that, and I hope you guys are as well. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and thank you for hanging out with me. Here is our raid message. You don't have to use it, but I appreciate it if you did. I love you guys so much, and have fun with Gore, who is playing Pokermans. I love you guys so much. Good night, good night, good night. Good night. See you tomorrow. I love you.